Good evening, everybody. I'm going to bring this meeting of the Village Board of Trustees of the Village of Southampton to order. It's just 6 o'clock, and we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you all very much. I'm going to start with on a very, very happy note for a successful outcome. So I'm just going to read something and then we're going to call some people up. So tonight we have the privilege of recognizing 2 members of our Southampton Village Lifeguard team for an extraordinary act of courage and professionalism at Cooper's Beach this past weekend. And I want to acknowledge the families who are here tonight, and I want to also recognize not only the families but their coaches, their teachers, their mentors, who helped shape these young men into the people they are today. And I want to just emphasize the great responsibility that our lifeguards have here in the Village of Southampton. So just to give everyone a brief synopsis, although probably everyone at this point knows it, it was an extraordinarily busy evening. We had approximately 2,500 people on the beach and in the water, with nearly 1,000 people remaining for the Nancy Atlas concert. Earlier in the day, conditions had been moderate, but as the afternoon progressed, dangerous rip currents developed and the shore break became increasingly powerful. The beach was placed under a red flag. Our beach team, recognizing that conditions were changing and that there were still an enormous number of people around and in the water, made the decision to bring additional lifeguards back for this final hour. And I want to thank Matt Weeks, our manager, for doing that. So that decision turned out to be incredibly important. At approximately 5:10 that evening, lifeguard Schwartz, from his position on the west stand, saw a man being pulled underwater by a rip current approximately 200 yards east of the swimming zone. Lifeguards Emmett Wetter and Billy Malone did not hesitate. They immediately deployed with their rescue torps and entered the water. When they reached the victim, he was losing consciousness and having difficulty breathing after inhaling water. Beach manager Matt Weeks immediately contacted Southampton Village Dispatch and requested emergency medical assistance and a Polaris unit. Lifeguard Patrick Matthews brought the AED, first aid kit, and trauma pack to the scene, allowing the lifeguard team to provide immediate medical treatment while they waited for EMS. And within moments, our emergency response team was there. The Southampton Village Fire Department, the Village Volunteer Ambulance, and the Southampton Village Police Department all responded to the scene and worked together to take over the emergency care. I'm very happy to say that it was a successful outcome. The individual was taken to the hospital and has recovered fully. And at this time, I want to bring forward lifeguards Wetter and Malone to be awarded a certificate of merit. You guys want to say anything? You can go to the microphone at the podium. I always like to offer that up to people. Anyway, let me come down and present these, and I'd get the village board to come down and we'll do a picture or two, please. Okay, this is yours, Billy. Emmett, this is yours. These are for you. We can get around behind you or whatever. Yeah. Oh, come on. All good?
I think so. Phone ones just in case. Thank you. Yeah, one more. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate your service. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, well, now that we've completed that portion, we will then go to Public comment. But at this time, I just want to make sure everyone understands, the public comment now can be on any topic, but when we have the special hearings on different proposed legislation, that would be the appropriate time to talk about that legislation. So at this time, though, it's open for any public comment, but I would ask, again, for the record, if you want to talk on a public hearing item, to wait until that item is announced just a little later in the agenda. But anyone want to come forward with any issues or things that they want to comment at this time? And of course, those that came just to see our two heroes, you're allowed to exit at this time.
Anyone on Zoom?
Sage, anyone on Zoom? All right, thank you, guys. Okay. So, Scott, we'll let the people file out and then we'll continue. Sorry? Yeah. Thanks for being here, Captain.
Hey, Max. How are you? Good.
Who's Max?
Mark's.
Greenwald.
Greenwald.
Oh, yeah. He's been working there for a while.
He has been, and every time I go down there, he's the one person I see every time.
That's
It's become like
amazing.
a running joke. I'm there a couple times a week, but at random times. But he's the one person who's always there.
Sorry, I didn't have cocktails or anything else. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, one more time, Sage, no one on Zoom at this point, with hands up. David, you would like to speak. Go ahead. Wait, we'll get David and then we'll go to the Zoom person. Thank you.
Back to me first. David Wrong, Pleasant Lane. In 2023, the Village Board considered the elimination of post-service lifetime health care benefits for board members. This was an issue raised in the 2023 campaign for mayor and trustees. In the campaign, Mayor Manger appeared to have pledged to eliminate these benefits. Once the election was over, the board authorized a $5,000 survey to compare the present Southampton Village Board pay practices to that of village peers. In November of 2023, the 5-0 board presented and approved a plan that ignored every recommendation of the survey. Every facet of the approved compensation is non-conforming. Every facet exceeds what is paid to the village peers. What are the facets of the compensation plan? Salary levels, post-service lifetime health care benefits, current health care benefits, opt-out payments, and the method for reducing the contribution towards the cost of health care benefits. The press in the fall of 2023 had a couple articles. One just saying out of step in relation to what the village does in relation to the survey. Another one, village is an outlier. Survey shows free benefit for life is unique offering. Note that the board took advantage of the fact that taxpayers are easy marks. An actuarial study about 5 years ago computed the cost of retaining post-service lifetime benefits for the trustees only would be $1.7 million. Of course, that cost would be disparately paid by full-time, voiceless residents of Hillcrest and other lower-valued properties. Post-service board members, who are part-time, voluntary position holders, could have health care through Medicare or other employees, but they are choosing to stick the cost of the village's Cadillac plan to the taxpayers. Shameful. Also note, you board members set the tone for all village employees. When they see you grabbing every possible dollar, they are more emboldened to ask for the same. Why am I bringing this up now? During the last campaign, the two independent trustee candidates advocated for the elimination of these post-service lifetime health care benefits. The other two candidates were part of the 5-0 November 2023 voting cabal who were choosing their own greed and self-interest over the interest of resident taxpayers. The voters held them accountable. In 2023, the 5-0 board presented a fully fleshed out compensation plan, a clear violation of the open meetings law with zero respect for the residents and zero transparency. The new board at least gives lip service to the principles of good government. Now is your chance to demonstrate that. Have an open meeting where each of you explain what you think each facet of the compensation plan should be. If your view supports a non-conforming, non-competitive benefit, okay. But at least you've had the decency to explain your view to the residents. Please have this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Sage, did you say there was someone on Zoom?
Yeah, bring them in.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Sorry, I don't know if yeah, you can see me.
So we can see you, we can't quite hear you very well.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I might have to get a little up close and personal in my to get closer to the speaker. I am so sorry if this is not my time to speak. We have a kind of a request for an extension of this down.
Could I also just ask you to state your name and your address, please?
So sorry, my name is Anais Touton. My address is in New York City, but I'm here on behalf of 400 First Neck Lane, the residents who live there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So this is for a request for an exception to the sound ordinance rule for a private wedding that's happening in a home. And again, I spoke with Karen, so sorry if this is not the time to ask. I know we're on the agenda. I don't know if I have to wait my turn or if I take my claim now.
We actually have you on as a discussion item, but in the interest of time and that you're on Zoom, I'm going to let you go now, if you will. Please.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I did send Karen a deck. I don't know if I can share my screen now or if
You
that's
can
okay.
go ahead and try and do that. That would be fine.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. So, can you all see my screen?
Yes? Yes.
Great. So this wedding is, it's the private wedding of the two residents who own 400 First Neck Lane. Again, we are the party planners, so we're speaking on behalf of them. They are having their wedding at their home. It's going to be a tented affair, and then the dancing will be happening inside the house. Doors closed the entire time. This is happening on Saturday, the 19th of September. I've shared this, like I said, with Karen, so if you have any further questions or if you want to zoom in or anything, please feel free to. But the guest count is 250 people. There is no sound happening outside of the tent or in the house other than the ceremony happening at 6 p.m., which will last 30 minutes. The only music that will be happening outside is a string quartet from 5:30 to 6 and then 6:30 to 7:30. Hopefully the neighbors will enjoy the string quartet as well, but that won't be too loud a volume. Some other things that we're doing to help minimize the sound is we'll have 6 security guards outside at all times, stationed at different areas, just to make sure that guests who are leaving the party will keep a low level. We will also have 2 traffic wardens, one at the beginning of the driveway and one outside of the house, just to manage that and all traffic. I've also shared a run of show or a schedule with just exactly the timings, where that location is happening, the details, and then the expected exterior decibels. So like I mentioned, 5:30 to 6 is guests' arrival, which will be happening in the garden. 6 to 6:30 is a short but beautiful ceremony of the actual wedding. And then 6:30 to about 7:45, we'll have the cocktail hour outside in the garden. Again, it'll just be a string quartet in terms of actual amplified sound, as well as, of course, guests mingling. 8 to 10 is going to be a seated dinner inside a draped tent. So the tent obviously will absorb the sound. The drapery of the tent will also absorb the sound. The tent is closed. It's not one of the open air tents, so that will also reduce the sound. From 10 until 3, we will have it's not a band and it's not anything, it's just a DJ inside of the house. All doors will be closed, all windows will be closed, and it will literally, everything will be happening inside the house. And then, throughout the night, of course, we will be having the guests be leaving at their leisure. But again, we have those 6 security guards and then the 2 traffic wardens as well as valet, so that will really keep everything streamlined and at a lower volume. Then I have just shared a top line floor plan here. Again, so this is the house. The outside, the cocktail reception, will have 2 bars. Here on the upper right, you can see the ceremony layout where the string quartet will be. I've also shared an inside view of the tent, if you were curious to see kind of what the layout will be. Then again, from 10 p.m., guests will go inside the house, and that will be very contained. I've shared here a line, they have their long driveway here, and the traffic warden, so one on First Neck Lane at the entrance, and then one here where the guests will be exiting and entering the house. And then finally, I've also shared a dot plan of where we have the 6 security guards. So one by the entrance, one here at the top, one here closer to the tent, 2 by the water just to make sure sound there is great, and then 1 by the swimming pool. I know when we spoke with Karen, it was, we present our case today, we hear back in 2 weeks at your next meeting. So I wanted to ask if you had any questions or any next steps.
Yes, so Ms. Touton, I appreciate the presentation you presented. The only thing I would say that was missing from that presentation was the proximity of the event to the neighbors to the north and to the south along Lake Agawam. So I'd love to get another picture that actually shows a wider swath there rather than just, again, the exit to First Neck Lane, because I'm familiar with this house and I know that their houses are rather close to the north and the south. The other thing I would mention to you is that we received, that is the Village Board of Trustees received a letter from the couple's counsel, Mr. Colavecchio, and it actually is quite different from what you have just shared with us. So I'm going to quote from the attorney's letter. The outdoor reception, including amplified music, is expected to conclude approximately 10 p.m. Following the outdoor reception, a private gathering will continue inside the residence until approximately 3 a.m., and including indoor amplified music. So the difference is that they are talking about the outdoor reception, including amplified music, is expected to conclude at approximately 10 p.m. And that's different than what you've just shared with us. So I'm curious, are you correct or is their attorney correct?
I'm correct in the sense that we had changed in the past, that's the beauty of being an event planner. Everything's changing every 5 minutes. We are no longer going to be amplifying sound outside because we were going to have ambient sound, but just to make sure that we're conscious of neighbors, and then also from just a stylistic perspective, we've changed from kind of having background music outside to the string quartet, which will finish at 7:30, 7:45.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask Trustee Coburn if he has some questions to follow up.
Thank you for the presentation. This is, as is pointed out by this letter from the Eisner firm, a contemplated exception to our noise code for weddings and certain private celebrations. So I think there's ample room for us to consider this. Similar to the mayor, I'd ask not just about the proximity of the houses, but I'd ask that if there hasn't already, that there be a good faith effort to contact all the contiguous neighbors, as well as the neighbors across the lake, because sound travels across water.
Exactly. So what the bride and groom, what they are doing personally is they have already spoken with their neighbors to the left, to the right, and then who they share the driveway with. So we'll be doing that personally, and then they will also be going personally to all of the neighbors around the lake to make sure, because of course, that is a top priority as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Do any other board members have questions for Ms. Touton? Okay, well, thank you. And if you could, though, supplement your presentation here with another overview, just so we can see the proximity to the houses along the lake there, I think that would be helpful.
Great, thank you so much. I will send that through to Karen right after we log off.
That's great.
Thank you so much for your time. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And all the lifeguards left, but we wanted to say congratulations. and thank you to them, too. If there's any lifeguards and the response team hanging around.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a lovely evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to say something, Michael? Okay, public comment, sure. How are you doing on the planning board, by the way?
Good, good. It's been fun. This is a plea for enhanced consideration by folks in the village as well as visitors, and perhaps enhanced enforcement of what I understand to be some of our dog policies in the village, particularly on the beach. So I just want to relay two incidents, and I hope anybody who has a dog considers this. I was at Little Plains 2 weekends ago with my son and his two daughters who are aged 7 and 5. They're playing and digging in the sand. Much to their shock and chagrin, a dog comes over and literally, without a leash on it, without an owner around, comes over, positions itself between my son and his two young daughters, and proceeds to make a number 2 right on the sand there. My son turns around and looking for somebody who's going to come by to clean it up. There is nobody. So he winds up himself cleaning up this other person's mess so that his two daughters don't wind up sticking their fingers in some untoward stuff. That's unreasonable. It's inappropriate. Incident number 2, last weekend, I'm at Wyandanch Beach with my wife. We're sitting there on our beach chairs enjoying the environs. Not one, but 2 dogs, again, unleashed, no owners to be found, come up and start licking her legs. My wife did not appreciate having these dogs she doesn't know anything about coming up and licking her legs. And again, nobody around to take responsibility, nobody to apologize. It's not appropriate. And people, I would really appreciate if dog owners would take greater consideration of their neighbors. And I think we have to get tougher on enforcement. I mean, I think there has to be, this cannot be permitted to continue. People have to leash their dogs. Isn't that the policy, they have to leash their dogs?
Yes.
On the
Yes,
beach?
on the
People
beach,
have to
yeah.
leash their dogs, and they have to just not sit there reading their books and let the dog run around. That's not our policy. So I would appreciate any consideration you guys could do to further that. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just add that the village does provide, those little bags at the beaches. I know sometimes they run out, but we do try and keep those filled. We actually spend a lot of money filling those dispensaries with the bags at the beach. And I'm, perturbed as you are that these people did not take, one of those and try and dispose of the dog poop themselves. But again, the chief is here, and I'm sure she will speak to her folks. And while they're riding along the beach, they will look out for again these errant dogs.
Michael, you'd brought this to my attention, and I've actually already been in touch with both Chief Hurto as well as Marshal McNamara, who runs our fire marshal, but also a building department in there for code enforcement, and they're aware of this and have agreed to take additional steps and stuff. They can't be everywhere all at once, and it's a bit of whack-a-mole, but they have taken the feedback and have said that they will work to do that. It's not the first time I've heard this summer that there are loose dogs, especially at the beaches.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Scott, unless there's anyone else who wants to public comment right now. Okay, we'll move on then. Scott, you'll do the appointments, if you will, please.
Whereas the Village Board of Trustees wishes to extend the length of service to Guadalupe Vargas to a full-time temporary position of student intern 2. Now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Manger appoints and asks the Board of Trustees to approve Guadalupe Vargas to be appointed to the position of student intern 2 for a period not to exceed 6 months at a rate of $28 per hour, effective immediately.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
discussion. So Guadalupe has worked actually in the village tax receiver's office for several years now when he's been on break from college. He now has actually is just concluding college and would like to continue working in the village. And so I know that our administrator here was able to work with civil service to get him this position for 6 months, and so we welcome him to be able to continue help in the village. I also think he's going to be helping with some of our records and scanning those records, so I think this will be a great help. So I just wanted to explain that. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, Scott.
Resolved that Mayor Manger appoints and requests a motion for the Board of Trustees to approve the hiring of Cooper's Beach personnel effective August 14, 2026. That's booth attendant at $18.50 an hour. Sophia Nastri.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Quick comment, we have these almost at every meeting, and someone has asked me, how many people were we hiring at Cooper's Beach? The answer is there's natural turnover. Some people are only there for a period of time, some of them are going back to school, so there's a constant need, and it's a real credit to Matt Weeks and his team that they can find people to find these replacements. So we're not continuously building the staff. We're filling spots where people are moving on typically back to school. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
We need to vote, sorry.
Yeah, oh, sorry, we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. So now we'll go to the public hearings. The first public hearing is repealing and replacing Chapter 86 of the Village Code, permit parking, to clarify rules regarding beach and other permit parking. I will make a motion to open this public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so the public hearing is open. I think a lot of you maybe came here tonight for that. I do want to say that we obviously have heard from many of you, many letters were received, and I want to explain also why we were looking at doing this. The issue arose that there were many contractors in the shoulder season and even in the winter that were filling up parking spaces. For example, Crider Beach, Halsey Neck Beach were completely full of contractor vehicles, and those in the village or that even the town could not find a place to park when those beaches were completely full of trucks working on large homes along Meadow Lane. So the idea was, how can we prevent the lots from being completely filled up with contractor vehicles? Obviously, in retrospect now, I understand that trying to have a year-round permit was not the answer. We will address the contractor vehicles another way, but I'm going to propose that, again, we go back to the seasonal permits from May 15th to September 15th, and the rest of the year will be, again, for anyone who wants to park at our beaches. But, so that being said, though, we still have an open public hearing, and so I'd love to have anyone who wants to come up and speak. Sir, in the back, or the ma'am, I'm sorry, I couldn't see your head back there. Yes, please come forward.
Excuse me, I thought you had a public speaker list, and
We-
I
we-
put my name on that list, and are you gonna go by the list, or are you gonna go by?
Usually I call people here.
Yeah.
Okay,
we-
there is a list.
We haven't maintained a list for some
Okay,
time, so I don't know.
that's
That's
fine, I just want to know.
Yeah, but please, ma'am, yeah. Everyone should have a chance to speak. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Karen Cordy. I was a resident up until 10 days ago to 80 Lewis Street in the village. I know Roy, and I knew you from way back when I worked at the Meadow Club. I understand, because I was in the building yesterday talking to Karen and Mimi, that you're concerned about the contractors, and that your concern is they're taking up parking spaces at Crider's, Cooper's, Road D.
Yeah, and Mun Point, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
However, it's the off-season, and the only time that Cooper's really needs the parking lot is for the polar plunge and when they have the fire muster. And the contractors, I've noticed that Cooper's park on the north end, so they're not interfering with people that want to walk on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a new build on the bay side on Meadow Lane that I've noticed has taken part of their property and made it a huge contractor's lot.
That's correct.
And can I just suggest that you present to the homeowners that are, getting building permits or whatnot, to either purchase off-season, non-resident beach parking, which would, 50 stickers.
Yep,
It's a dent in the homeowner's budget,
yep,
and it's bringing money into you,
yep,
and they have a legitimate parking permit to now park in these spots.
yep.
Is that a possible
That-
consideration?
Yeah, that's a possibility. We were talking about maybe having stickers for commercial vehicles to park at the beaches as a possible solution, but we're still looking at all of these
I
different
mean, and
different
I've
options.
seen the new signs along this, Meadow Lane, no parking, and I've seen George pulling his hair out as he's writing tickets. And I know he's counting the days to go back to being the school crossing guard.
No,
But, making it year-round parking to keep the contractors out of the parking lots, I don't see huge demand for parking spaces in November, December, January, February,
Yeah,
March.
well, no, again,
To penalize us.
No, again, and I've said we're gonna change it back to the seasonal parking permits, May to September. But, there were winter days, in the middle of winter, when Kreider Lane was completely blocked.
Well, it's a small lot, too.
Right, exactly. But a resident who wants to be able to go to Kreider Lane because they love Kreider Lane was not able to park there. They would have to park, maybe in front of the church and walk over. It wasn't as convenient for them. It just was, again, it was calls that I received from residents that were concerned about their ability to park at their favorite beaches when they were taken up by contractors working on, 10,000 square foot homes, with not the owners nowhere in sight.
No, I
Anyway, you understand
that.
the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, when they apply for a building permit, make them purchase.
Oh, yes.
Off-season.
Listen, that's definitely been thought of, and it would be a good way to, again, help supplement the village budget. You're correct.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for being here. And it's nice to see you again. Susan?
Good evening. My name's Susan Stevenson, and my sister, who should be coming up here with me.
Moral support.
So she and I often used to go to Munns Point, like in March. And there was not, from March until whenever you made some small changes, a parking space along the entirety of Meadow Lane, because there are hundreds of workers. I actually know this from my work. There were 3 huge projects on Meadow Lane. But I do not think, but maybe you do, that the intent of those parking spaces is for contractors and people who come in here to work on properties. I believe they're for people's recreation. And if that's not true, I'm not very happy about it as a taxpayer. I don't think that's right. I think it's a hard problem. And as for purchasing non-resident, that's been going on a long time. The people who shall remain nameless by these every single one of those things hit a non-resident, because on a project that's $100 million, what's 500? But that's not the problem. The problem is that those spaces are not they're for the residents or people who want to come maybe in the off-season who are not residents to enjoy either Munns Point or the beaches. It's not for people, if you go at 7:45 in the morning, it's all filled up. They also have come all the way up to Agawam. They park at CVS. They're everywhere. But for me, I don't want to be enjoined, and Carol and I were enjoined from going to Munns Point the entire spring. So I don't know what you're going to do about it, but I hope you would consider.
Well, we did actually put a 3-hour time
No, and
limit.
it seems
It's made a big
big
difference.
difference.
Yeah.
But I don't think we should beg to be able to go on the beach on the off-season. I live here all the time, as you know. And I honestly don't think you have a responsibility to a bunch of contractors that come in and work on these projects. I do think that perhaps you could consider making some regulations that if it's a big building project, that a parking plan not using these spaces should be presented to the building department. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Or there's a parking field somewhere else out where this isn't going away.
Yeah.
Where they're brought in some other way. And I would ask that you actually look around. You got this new guy, the intern?
Yeah.
Can he do some, could you find out what other communities do? It's not a giant secret. Everyone's having a lot of problems with parking. So I would hope that you would not ditch us so that we can't go. I walk around Lake Agawam. It's just not right. I really don't live here, so the contractors can take over the beaches in Munns Point. So I'd hope you consider that, please. Do you have anything to say, Carol? We're twins.
Well, the other thing, I guess, that...
Could you just state your name, just,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Carol Rice Stern, Whitehead Stern. Anyway, many of these properties seem to have ample driveways and places where they could park on site, and I don't see that happening. Also, there used to be, I don't know if there still is, a no idling law at Munn Point, and a lot of times people are idling there, which I find offensive, and it's ecologically incorrect as well. I mean, I thought that the big contractor parking lot that's now a little way down the road on the bay side is a very clever idea, and I think that you ought to be somehow mandating that or encouraging that when these big projects appear. It seems to me that there are lots of people here who want to enjoy the surroundings, and it could be fixed very easily by some. Also, there's no enforcement. I never. Sometimes there no. People don't have stickers either, and I have not seen one person go and look at that this whole summer. Enough
Okay.
said.
Enough.
Thank you,
Good night.
ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to make a quick comment. I do some work with a client on Meadow Lane, and I have driven down there 2 to 5 times a week since last July. There were more than just the 3 big projects. There were 6 or 7 smaller projects just on Meadow Lane alone. And to put a fine point or underscore what the mayor has said, there were times driving from Halsey Neck west on Meadow Lane where Halsey Neck parking lot was entirely full at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning until 3 or 4 when the contractors leave. Munn Point was. When I went back along Meadow Lane and around to Gin Lane and went past Kreider was entirely full. I'm talking November, January, early March. So there were several beaches that were entirely out of commission and accessible to people. The other thing I just wanted to say specifically in response to the idea of a traffic plan, there are people in the building department right now working on looking at what other municipalities do, some comparable ideas, and trying to come to us with some recommendations as to how we might address contractor. What they would say is they pay a lot of money for their building permits, which they do, which is a benefit to the village. So we need to balance those interests.
Thank you, Trustee Coburn. Okay, so why don't we go to the back of the room here, sir? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, you're both there. Yeah. One at a time, yeah.
I'm with Sarah Topping, Judy Mack, Southampton Town Trustee, and Joe McLaughlin.
Hi, everyone. We just wanted to add our input for the record. We are, I know, joined with you in this parking problem on the letter roads, and so some of what I'm saying is going to be repeating things, but I just wanted to say it. Good evening, Mayor Manger and the members of the Village Board. My name is Sarah Topping. I am a current Southampton Town Trustee, and I'd like to speak first on behalf of the Board of Trustees of the freeholders of the commonality and of the Southampton Town. The Town Trustees have worked alongside the village for centuries, preserving public access to our beaches. We manage over 25,000 acres of underwater lands and hold historic easements that guarantee access to many of the village ocean beaches and for beach driving, fishing, bathing, and recreation. We appreciate the village's continued recognition of those rights by allowing valid trustee permits to be honored at village beach parking areas. We respectfully ask that the conversations for these changes be delayed until October. New parking regulations on the village litter roads will create additional questions and requests for our staff at a time when they are already managing peak seasonal operations. Waiting would allow time for a smoother transition and continued collaboration between the village and the trustees and the public. Additionally, we have some concerns about the year-round village permit requirements, which inherently restrict beach access to fishermen and beachgoers in the shoulder and off-season months. I think this is all stuff that you've probably heard, but I just want to repeat it for everyone. One unintended consequence of this may be increased 4x4 use on the village beaches during off-season, as driving on the beach would be the only practical alternative if Southampton town residents don't have access to that. Speaking personally as a Southampton town resident, I understand the village's parking challenges. Construction activity has dramatically increased demand for parking, and that is a legitimate concern. I would encourage the board to focus on the sources of the problem rather than limiting access for the year-round town residents who simply want to enjoy their beaches during the off-season. And I think creative solutions addressing construction-related parking, limiting the intensity of year-round construction, or finding other ways to reduce the burden without restricting public access, all of which are, I'm understanding, are in active discussions. But Southampton town residents specifically have historically enjoyed the village beaches during winter and postseason months. These residents are often the people walking the shoreline, surf casting, and reporting storm damage, noticing unsafe conditions, and helping care for these beaches, and they are partners in stewardship. I believe a solution can be found that addresses the village's parking concerns while preserving the public access and cooperative relationships that have existed for generations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, where is she? Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, right behind you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Julie Hargrave. I have some comments, and also I was wondering if you would clarify what you were saying, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for having this hearing tonight. You mentioned now having a sticker requirement. I don't know if you meant at Road D, and I have a number of comments on that, so I think it would be great if you could clarify that. So again, thank you for this hearing and having this hearing for the public. This is, I have a few things about the process, seeker review, and the code amendments. On the, I really just wish you would explain why you haven't really put this in writing. You know, it seems like some people know about it and some people don't, and I appreciate Member Simeone contacting me and Member Coburn as well. I appreciate that, and I wanted to address you this evening, so I didn't get back to all of your questions, but I appreciate your support in opposing this. And at least 3 members, from my understanding, oppose this this requirement. And so, in terms of process, these code amendments pertain to specific sites. Yet there was no public notification on these sites, no posting at Road D, anywhere that these changes will occur and where people will be adversely affected and adversely impacted. This is not a general code change like people must wear shoes on Main Street. These code amendments pertain to specific sites, places, and locations in the community, and there should have been clear and adequate public notification, and also a purpose and need and a reason why this is occurring. And thank you again, Member Simeone, for going out personally to the Road D and telling the public at Road D about this matter and how it will impact them. And this process is flawed and void automatically by, you should start over because you haven't seemed to have completed a number of things, and I'll get to that in a moment. And you also have been making changes to this code. There was a version from July from July and then August 13th, and you can't make changes in mid-process. That is completely not, that breeds like a skepticism, and it's not the way to have a process. There's a version of the two different versions, and there's a section code change in 86-9 for Cooper's Neck. Part C has been added since July 9th. And on the secret process, the State Environmental Quality Review Act, how did the village clarify or classify this action in SECRA? And this is not a type 2 action. There is a type 2 action in Part 617.5C37 of the SECRA regulations about a code interpretation. This is not a code interpretation. It's a completely new and repealing and replacing a law. And this is not, I don't know what you applied because you haven't told anyone. It's not in your resolution and it's not in the public information. So, and you're really required to at least disclose that to the public. And this is a state environmental law that keeps every project on an even playing field so that people can review projects and fairly and with a set of rules and guidelines to evaluate impacts. There were no environmental assessment forms posted, no environmental assessment form parts 1, 2, or 3. Where are they for review? Where is the secret coordination process? Where are other jurisdictions? I'm glad the jurisdiction of the town trustees is here tonight, the town of Southampton. What about the Shinnecock Tribal Office? Have they been involved? They were all cited in past discussions on the lettered roads issue. And did the village board perform the secret coordination review, or was it uncoordinated? And again, if you classify this action as type 2 in part 617.5B1, it says that in no case can a type 2 action have a significant adverse impact on the environment based on the criteria in part 617.7C. And part 617.7C3 refers to the significance of a consequence that is material and substantial and large and important, and it should be assessed in connection with its duration, magnitude, and the number of people affected, among other subjects. Where are the drawings that the town engineer drew for all the lettered roads? Where is the deed from the 1950s related to this activity? None of those were provided in your hearing packet. They were absent, and they should be analyzed by the public, should be able to review them as well. And on the code amendments, this is akin to taking a sledgehammer to a gnat. I mean,
I want to apologize, you're at 5 minutes. So.
Thank you, but that lady got to talk about a noise for a wedding. This is ridiculous. So let me just finish. I'm sorry, but Member Coburn reached out to me to thank you, and I want to thank you about telling me about the essence of this issue, which is to address commercial contractor parking. Don't penalize people for parking at Road D, which has occurred forever, for many, many decades, to satisfy contractor parking. And I would be happy to meet with you separately about solutions for that.
I'm sorry, but we're really extending
parking.
Well beyond 5 minutes.
You didn't say it was 5 minutes, and you also didn't go by the list that you even put up yourself there.
I didn't put up the list. So
if you want to satisfy contractor parking, satisfy that, but don't take away people's rights to go to the beach and enjoy the beach.
We're not taking the parking away for contractors. It's just the point is the contractors are abusing it. I think you misunderstood.
People should accommodate parking, just like stormwater. You have to control it on your property. You should have to control your construction vehicles on your property too. And a 2-lane road is not meant for all this basically commercial activity in a residential zoning district too.
I agree.
Thank you. Sir, in the front. Okay.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Brody Eggert. I'm from East Hampton, New York, so clearly I'm not a resident of the Southampton Village. But I'm here in a professional capacity today representing the Surfrider Foundation and our over 300 members here on the East End of Long Island. As you know from my letter, and what I wanted to thank you for, rejecting those year-round parking changes and requiring a permit year-round We really appreciate that rejection, listening to the 110 letters that were sent in about this, and listening to the many, many voices that are here today to reject those changes. We greatly appreciate it, but what I still haven't heard you mention is that Road D is one of the few public beaches, true public beaches. You don't need a permit to go to Road D. This law would change that, and I haven't heard any change in whether you would still be considering Road D a permitted beach or require a permit to go to Road D. So I ask, is that something you guys are open to changing as well?
I have to do it in conjunction with the town trustees, because the town trustees were in agreement that it should be permitted for town and village. All entities within the township of Southampton should be able to have a sticker to go there. And that was the agreement that I had reached with the town trustees.
Well, we hope we can continue to work with you on that, because that is one of the true few public beaches without those sorts of restrictions left on Long Island. And there really aren't, like I've said, there aren't many of those left on Long Island, especially here on the East End. So we really ask that you consider Road D, and you consider in any future parking regulations, you would reach out to the nonprofits that work on beach access, work on parking and beach access, like the Surfrider Foundation. We'd be happy to work with you on a future policy, because this one is a complete failure, a complete and utter failure. And we would really like to see you work on a parking policy that benefits the local public and moves us in the direction that the East End public has been looking for, which is a East End wide parking permit, not limiting it to the people who are here during the summer and can afford that permit, because I know many of us can't. And I would love to visit Southampton Village beaches, and under this proposal, I wouldn't have been able to throughout the entire year. And that's bad for business, that's bad for the community, it's bad for recreation. So I ask that in the future, when renegotiating this proposal, you reach out to the community members, you reach out to organizations that work on beach access, so we can help you develop a better policy that can solve the problem of the contractors, but also make sure all of us are able to access the beach. Thank you for your time. Thank you for rejecting this proposal, and I appreciate all of your work. Thank you.
I do have a comment, because
Sure.
I think it can inform some of our discussion. I'm not sure that there can be an agreement to limit public access to Road D beaches. The lettered beaches are owned by the town, and they're subject to agreement from the town trustees, giving for $10 back in the 1950s the right of the village to regulate those beaches as long as they're kept open to the public. Some of those lettered roads are roads, they're right-of-ways, they connect two different areas, and historically they've been open to the public qua public, which meant the public at large, not just people with permits or people who live in the town of Southampton. And I think that in researching this question, in 2018, the town trustees considered taking back those rights from the village, because many of those rights of way, the lettered beaches, were overgrown, encroached upon by the homeowners, and not open to the public. And historically, from British common law, those areas were open to the public to the high water mark in order to allow people to enjoy the air, the fresh air, walking on the beach, collecting seaweed here in the town. All of those activities were open to the public. So, we visited those beaches. We still found parking spots on a Saturday. I'm sympathetic to people who can't go to their favorite beach, and that's annoying, but I think the history of this is there's some question about the legality of closing off these public access ways, which are the only ones in the village, and historically allowed for those rights that go back all the way to the founding of, the country. So I think there's a question about the legality and making agreements that encroach upon those laws, and I just want to bring that up because I think it informs the discussion and it's important.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, but I've been talking to the town trustees for a while now, and they were in agreement that there should be stickers at the Road D parking lot. Again, no one is denying access to the beaches. They're absolutely open. I mean, there's no official parking lot, for example, at Road B, but people actually do go there to get onto the beach. So there are other places, and just to mention, I went down to Road D, and south of Meadow Lane, there are 27 parking spaces and 1 handicap space. But by contrast, if you go to Gin Lane in front of the Dune Church, there are actually 108 free parking spaces and 5 handicap spaces that never have any sticker requirements at all whatsoever. And actually, you can also park there and access Kreider Lane quite easily because it's not that far. And so anyway, I just want to make it clear that there is another beach in this village with 108 spaces and 5 handicap spaces that is completely free, always, and open to the public 365 days a year, not requiring a sticker. There are 108 spaces right on Gin Lane, in front of the, opposite the Lake Agawam, in front of the Dune Church and the Bathing Corp, all the way to the public access beach at the end of Gin Lane there by the brick wall. So those are always open. They've always been open. There's nothing going on with them. Fran, you want to say something?
I sure did. Sorry. Good evening. Fran Adamczewski here, 40 West Prospect Street, Southampton. Village resident, local. The alphabetical roads, everybody, just been opened up. I've been working with the trustees, the village, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. G, which is not actually, everybody thinks the helicopter pad road is Road G. It's not Road G. Road G is the last road before you enter the Suffolk County parks at the end, which doesn't go all the way to the beach. You can't drive all the way there. You can park there and walk up the dune and go over. But
Except they have camping there in the summer.
well, that's the Suffolk County.
Right, correct,
Road
yeah.
G is right on the line.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, yeah.
Right on the
Yeah,
line.
yeah.
It's like a little area.
Yes, yes.
I actually went there and stopped a lady from putting her fence across the road with the trustees. And by the way, her dogs, too, you want to go to the dogs, her 5 dogs go down to the beach and crap all over the beach, and she doesn't pick it up. So, and I told her the other day that I'm going to report you, so she's reported. The letter roads are town, and like the village said, was handed over or whatever it was, so the village can handle taking care of the roads. Road A was opened up by one of the homeowners back in the day to put a pool and trees in, and I figured it out that, hey, I used to come down here when I was a kid, and that was a road. Foiled the information, all the letter roads. Said, hey, let's open up the road, get some free parking for everybody. Now, they're not parking lots, but you still can park there.
That's right.
But we're trying to figure out a way that everybody just can't come there and have a party, whatever. If you're a town resident, you can park there. If you're a village resident, you can park there. And with the commercial use, I think put signs up, no commercial parking in any of the lots, because like you said, Kreider Lane, Wine Dance, Old Town, just small lots. Halsey Neck, small lots.
Yep.
Mun Point, small lot. No commercial vehicle parking at all. If you wanted to make a sticker year round, just say after September 15th, if you have a Southampton Town sticker, you're allowed to park there, if you wanted to do it that way. If you wanted to do like a parking permit thing to eliminate some of the commercial parking. But it's like sometimes people come from out of town and want to go to the beach. It's kind of not fair for them not to be able to park at the beach. Maybe just make it a no commercial vehicle parking and parking lots.
No, and I appreciate your diligence in making sure those roads stay open. In fact, when I became mayor, I had DPW go down there and widen, cut all the brush out so that they are more open to public access. Are they? See, I mean, we're trying, yeah. I appreciate that.
I appreciate
Thank you, Fran.
all your work. And I'm still here if you need me, so.
Thank you.
Reach out.
We know where to find you. Thanks, Fran.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you want to come in? Or one of you, come forward, please. Just state your name and address, please.
Sure. Stephanie McNamara, 231 Noack Road in Southampton. One of the things, while we're on this whole topic, that I would like to request is, a number of years ago when you started closing the beaches for plovers, the village gave those of us who had 4x4 stickers access to park at certain village beaches during the closure.
Correct.
But every year, it has to go to you as a resolution annually, and that's been going by the wayside unless I come down here and ask you to put the resolution on, which is a little bit cumbersome. So I'd like to ask that you make that a regular thing and not something that you have to do just before Memorial Day every weekend, when all of a sudden we're saying, oh, wait, we can't go to the beach now.
Right.
And there's no place for us to go. You know, not everybody can afford a $300 or whatever it is village beach sticker.
Right.
So it's really unfair to make us purchase the 4x4 stickers, and then we can't use them for 6 weeks out of the summer.
Right.
And then we have to, if you can afford it, pay a $300
Yeah.
sticker. So I'd like to ask for some leniency.
No, we can look at
and
that.
if you can put that on like a regular thing so that
Right.
it doesn't have to be renewed every year.
Right.
So that once we know we've got our 4x4s, the plovers are in season, you tell us what public
Right.
beaches we're allowed to park
All
at.
right.
And because it hasn't been working, and people are getting
Well,
tickets
but-
with their stickers. And
But I have to say that the last 3 years that I've been mayor, I've always, made it so that, again, 4x4 stickers are fine at those beaches, especially at the drive-on beach to park in that parking lot.
you can park in
It-
that parking lot,
Right.
but you can't. But that's a far walk. I mean, honestly, it's
Well, yeah.
a really, really hard walk.
All right, well, again,
But
we
if
can
could
look
park-
at putting something in
We used to be able to park
place.
at Agawam. We used to be able to park along
You-
the edge of Agawam, and that's been prevented
you-
unless you put it through of a resolution again. And people, I know people last year were getting ticketed there, even though they had their 4x4
Right.
stickers.
All right.
So we need to clarify that, if you don't mind.
No, I appreciate it, but
Okay.
again, I do want to just reiterate that there are 108 free parking spaces and 5 handicap spaces on Gin Lane, right in front of the Dune Church and the Bathing Corp, that are always open and free. The
They're not.
only-
Those are village and town stickers.
That's
and
not
the-
true.
And the
That's not
Bathing
true.
Corporation people take up the whole thing, and there's very few stickers, places to park.
No.
There are, I think, maybe 5 or 10 town
But there's a
parts
town
that are on
trustee, there's a
all-
town trustee parking lot right up against Lake Agawam that you have to get a town trustee parking sticker, not even a village, only
So the
town.
4x4 sticker?
No, I'm talking about a Lake Agawam parking sticker that only is available from the town to allow people to park in the parking lot that is immediately adjacent to Lake Agawam.
I don't think any of us are aware of that. Anybody in the room aware of that?
Well,
'Cause, I
I'm
mean,
telling you
all
it
these
is.
years That's not.
And then a village sticker
Yeah.
lets you park to the road end by the brick wall on Gin Lane.
I understand. What I'm saying
But
is.
what I'm saying is, though, just again,
Okay.
sorry, along Gin Lane, as it wraps around there, the road, the driving road,
Mm-hmm.
again, in front of the Dune Church and the Bathing Corp, 108 and 5 handicap spaces, always open, always free, no stickers ever required.
I mean, well, everybody's been getting tickets there for years.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Chief, we're not giving tickets to people there,
On
no.
the north side of that divider,
Yes.
a sticker is required. On the south side, which is the
Right.
beach
All,
side,
all the parking
free
spaces that are
public parking.
adjacent to the road that goes through a Gin Lane there
Is
are free,
absolutely free
non-sticker parking.
all the time,
It is confusing because
365 days a year.
Yeah, but it's not, there should be a sign saying that you don't need a
Say it's
sticker
free-
to park
free
there.
sticker, okay.
And it doesn't say no sticker. There needs to be something because we need to know we're allowed to go.
Yeah.
I know, last year when plovers got cut down, my whole family, we were all trying to go down to by the Bathing Corporation
Yeah.
there, and at least 6 of my family members with town beach stickers and 4x4s all got tickets. And $250 a pop, that's a lot.
Yeah, well,
You know, I mean, they
again,
can't afford a village sticker
I-
because they're young working families, and they shouldn't
No,
have
I
to
understand
buy
exactly
these
what you're saying.
expensive stickers to come
Yeah.
to the beach. So, anyway, if you could
if
make
you
it a
want,
little
I'm going to
bit
show you
easier,
where
I'd
those
appreciate
108
it.
parking spaces are.
But they're all taken up by the people who are at the Bathing Corporation, so it's irrelevant.
You know,
Okay, anyway, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that you really should have the town trustees reconsider whatever agreement they made with you to put stickers on Road D. It has traditionally been open to the public without a sticker for the last 50-plus years, and I think it should remain that way.
I would also, yeah, I agree. I agree with my fellow trustee Simeone, but I would also add that these things should be subject to an intermunicipal agreement. If there is such an agreement, I believe the board should be involved in that, and I don't believe that an agreement like that should happen unless there is a public agreement of that nature. And the town code has all of these beaches that we're discussing open to the public, not subject to special provisions. So if we were to pass anything like this, and I don't think we should, then the town code would not match the village code, and it would create a lot of confusion. So this does need to be done. I don't think it should be done, but these roads were traditionally kept open to the public. It wasn't just the public with beach stickers or permits, and not everyone can afford that, and there is a reason for this tradition. It was legally mandated many, many moons ago, and so we can't just change it. In my opinion, it's not legal to change it like this. If Road D is a right-of-way, a public access road, you can't get to a beach to take a walk on it unless you can park somewhere. There's very few open spaces. Why are we doing this?
Well, whether or not it is legal, it should remain open. That's the way it's been done. And so many people enjoy that beach that come from far away, that know about it, have been coming from years, and we should not restrict them at this point.
Okay.
How's it going? My name's David Nichols. I live in 39 Andrew Court, Southampton. Grew up in the village until I was 18, and then my parents were like, "Get out!" I'm joking, but that's what happens. Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time. I understand that you started off by saying that due to the backlash and all of the letters you got, you're going to rework on the framework. I just want to get this on record because I think it's important, especially how you guys started this meeting, and that's honoring Billy and Emmett. I worked at Coogee for 10 years. I worked with them. I'm very good friendly with them. And something that I just want to make sure that is on record is that a beach, just like a baseball stadium or something like that, like everything's different, right? So where that save is like actually a pretty common spot. I'm not going to go into too much, but like a south ground swell, southwest wind sweeps down the beach, outgoing tide, it all pinches there. That's why they ripped. That's why the guy got caught and got spit out, right? And that's just a learned skill and behavior to see that by time spent on the beach. And I don't know if you guys are familiar, but Billy and Emmett both live outside of the Southampton Village. So when you're growing up, you want to spend as much time in the area that you're going to be an ocean lifeguard as possible. And that time in the off season, specifically because the ocean's usually a lot bigger because of storms and everything, is a great time to get that understanding and to further not only improve your skill but your confidence in seeing those things in those situations and acting upon them. So that's all I got. That's all I got.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming out.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Name's Stanton Ambrose, Southampton Town resident, North Sea. One of my concerns is I work for a local contracting company. We have big equipment, machines, stuff like that. The parking on Meadow Lane. I go down there every weekend. I see nice, beautiful, new 4x4 signs, no parking. You have special event permits for these people in these houses to park during parties. I camp at the beach. I leave there at 5 o'clock in the morning. These same cars are still parked on the side of the street. Why is it so hard for us little guys to get some kind of permit to park? Well, that's my concern, being part of a local community. My grandfather's name's on the War Memorial at Agawam. I've been here my whole life. I'd like to keep it that way, but you guys are squeezing us little guys out.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir. Nisi, do you want to talk too?
Brian Finnegan, 53 Lake Drive. I don't live in the village, but my zip code is 11968. So, as far, Robert, you took me back a little bit when you said that these people pay a lot of money for their permits and that you should take that into consideration. I don't think it's the village responsibility for their construction people's parking. I think if you guys have a permit, you should have them provide a parking plan inside their property lines. These aren't they're not 1 acre plots. There's plenty of room to park 50 cars, 60 trucks in these places, and I think that's something that you should require, and it would get them off the street. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Anyone else? Ma'am, Sheila, I know you.
Sheila Pfeiffer, 56 Hildreth Street. I agree with a lot of what was said. I think Road D should remain open for all the reasons stated, and also I'm kind of surprised that a village board that spends a lot of time talking about how to get more people to come here in the off-season and more people to just come here in general is going to restrict the ability for people who just want to do a day trip and come, and they're not going to pay $600 for a sticker. Well, they could go to Cooper's for 55 or whatever it is now, but still, it's a lot of money. And I don't see the reason. The other thing is, like Susan and her sister, my husband and I go to Mun Point often, and we were not able to do it this winter at all. Every time we went, it was completely parked up, and as you know what Meadow Lane looks like, there's no place else you can park.
And it was parked up with what kind of vehicles?
Yeah, construction, obviously construction. But I don't know that it's always obvious that construction vehicles are construction. Some carpenters come in regular cars. They're still taking up spaces. So I do not think that charging a little extra to the homeowner is going to do it. Because if you're building a $10 million home, okay, sorry, but whatever, you can certainly afford the sticker.
Yeah.
So we have to have a way to keep the village spaces clear for village residents who like to walk in the winter, they like to bird watch in the winter, spring and fall, all those other times. So, thank you.
I appreciate it, thank you. Sir, you've been raising your hand.
Yeah, I was just, hey, Brian Lucky, 420 North Sea Mecox, Southampton. Respectful to the mayor and the board. It just seems for all of us that live here, all day long, and we deal with the traffic and the BS and the stop and shop and all the crap, and all we want to do is go. Am I not talking to the crowd? Am I not talking? I'm just saying that all of a sudden, when it comes to September 15th, you guys box us out? Are you out of your minds? Seriously? I mean, why? Mr. Stevenson, I shopped at your toy store for 40 years. I got toys from my nieces, nephews, grandkids, and you're going to tell me that I can't go to the beach because you guys said it's not good enough because we need a sticker in the winter? Are you guys out of your minds? I mean, seriously, I'm just being reasonable. I've shopped at you guys' stores. I've done all your stuff. We've all been here, and we're all trying to be good stewards of our environment, and we do appreciate the village, and we do appreciate everything you guys done at the train station. Looks beautiful, and you guys done some great things. So let's keep that going, but let's not go backwards, right? Let's go forwards, right? Forwards is a good thing. Backwards is a bad thing, all right? That's all I got to say.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the back? We can have either of you. Mai, you want to go first? All right. Is that okay? All right. And then, Sage, you're going to have to tell me if we have people on Zoom. Yeah. Okay.
Mai Halingby, 93 Lee Avenue. I have a question. Is there some kind of a limit in construction for how many number of trucks are allowed in a construction site for the size of the construction?
Right now, we do not have a limit, but that's something that, again, we are looking at. We're
Wouldn't
trying
that
to
be a
figure
good
out what
idea?
is the capacity
Because,
that, yeah.
Yes, because you see 25 trucks, 30 trucks, and they come in with individual cars and everything. It's not necessary. You have to limit it, say, one truck per construction per size of the lot. I think that would solve a lot of the problem. I don't know. It's
No,
just
no,
a
that's very good.
suggestion.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for having us here today and for the opportunity to speak. My name's Samantha Malone.
You related to
Sorry.
the lifeguard?
I am not related
okay.
to the lifeguard, but I did have an Uncle Billy Malone, so a resident at 613 North Sea Road, just outside of the village. I'm very lucky to still be a lifelong resident of Southampton. I did my best to read through the comments. I submitted my own comment that is in the record. And one of the things that I didn't get to include in my written comment, I noticed from some of the other letters. The access to Road D and these other public spaces, as you mentioned, by Crider Beach, these are really important spaces for people who I have grown up with, who no longer can afford to live here anymore, and maybe get to come out and visit once in a while, and they don't have the opportunity to get any kind of permit unless they're going to buy like a village non-resident permit, right? So if you're coming out and you just get a chance to come for a couple of days and you want to go spend time at the beach at the village that you might have been priced out of, I would ask that you consider to keep those spaces open. I agree with the comments that I don't actually think it's legal. I'm an attorney. I don't actually think it's legal to take away that access to some of those public rights of way. But those were just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to be very quick. It seems extremely evident that everyone here feels that the onus for this problem should be placed upon the homeowners that are doing this expensive construction instead of on the workers or the people who want access to the beaches. You guys are all really smart people. I know you all. There must be precedent in other communities for how to do this, or, even ask Claude or ChatGPT. But everyone here who's spoken has the same goal, and I'm sure you do too. So maybe we can find some way to just shift the onus. That's all.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Jesse. Anyone else in the room? Otherwise, we might go to Zoom. Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry. In the front row.
Hi, I'm Claire Shea. I do not live in the village or the town anymore, but I lived in both at the time. And I was a member of the EMS, actually, when
I remember
was
that.
here.
Yeah.
Yes, so, but what I want to say is I agree with all the people, Road D needs to be public. It needs to be open. It's my history, like being here this whole time. And I've worked in the village and the town for 31 years. At lunchtime, I go there to see, and to block that off would just be, harmful to everybody who's been here and had to leave because they can't afford to live here anymore. So I just think that if you do pass this law, it would tell us, the people who work here, that you don't value us, that we don't matter. So I just didn't want to be so emotional about this. But are you going to table it tonight? That's my question to the board members. Are you going to consider this and pass it tonight?
No, we're gonna
You're gonna table it?
No, we're gonna keep it open. Actually, yes.
You're going to keep the hearing open
Yes.
on this law as
Yes.
created right now?
Well, no, there may be changes, but we would,
You're keeping it open.
Eileen, are we supposed to keep it open until? Yeah.
You're keeping the hearing open.
They're going to keep the hearing open while
And
they.
there may be changes,
Yes.
and there will be
Well,
changes ahead of time?
I've already announced that we were gonna make the change that it would only be back to a seasonal sticker.
Which was added at the last minute.
No, it wasn't added. It's not there right now.
It wasn't on that last version
No.
that went up?
No.
I thought I saw a version.
No, for a seasonal, we took it
No,
out.
the one you took,
Right. That change was made
That
after the
change
last
was
public
said
hearing.
that it was going to be permitted all year long.
Correct.
And that was added very recently, right? When was that added?
After the last public hearing.
Yeah, it was added after July. So if there were changes, when would they be available for review?
In advance of the public hearing.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we could just check
But, we
before the
wouldn't.
next
The
hearing.
next public hearing would not be until, was it September 10th?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, September 10th.
okay, great.
Yeah.
And Road D will be open.
We got to discuss that with the town trustees.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you very much.
No, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
I think what you said is, again, we're trying to figure out how we can have spaces for people to be able to come to the beaches and not be confronted with, a small parking lot full of contractor cars that are working. That would preclude you from getting to the beach too, unless you wanted to ride a bicycle or drop off on an Uber.
They seem to be two separate issues.
No, I know.
You
So
know, I'm sorry to go back and forth. I don't mean to.
No, and I don't want to have
It seemed to be
back and
like
forth,
the
but-
trustees' agreement, and then all of a sudden it became about contractors.
No, but that was
That
the-
was my appearance, because I was
That-
shocked when I saw the new change. I was upset about Road D, and then all of a sudden
Yeah.
I was upset about, I can't even go to the beach
No, but
to
that,
say
that-
hi.
Just
you
so,
know,
again,
in
I
December.
started off by saying, and I just want to make it clear again, The intent of this was to try to eliminate contractors from commandeering entire parking lots at the beach in the village. That was the idea behind why we started to look at it, because I was getting complaints from residents saying, "But you heard the two of the ladies, the twins, I couldn't go to Munn Point. Sheila Pfeiffer sitting right next to you, she said, I can't go to Munn Point." That is a problem if I have residents of the village that can't go to the places that they want to go to. So that's what we were trying to solve for. Obviously, this way was not the right way, but we will get it right and we will work on it, and that's why I'm keeping the hearing open so that we can continue to work on it. Thank you. Oh, Chief, sorry. You don't usually want to talk.
I usually don't, but I am, I'm a little sentimental about this because as a patrol officer back in 2012 or 13, Road D was dedicated to Vinnie Dance, who died in 9/11. He was 38 years old, and his family came out here, and I remember that day. And I just think, and maybe I shouldn't have an opinion on this, but I think we got to keep it open.
Yeah.
Period.
Hi, Joanne Kelly. I live on Beechwood Drive, not in the village. I've been out here since '78 for college. One thing I'd have to do if you were to give stickers or make stickers available for something like Road D is I'd have to change my will, because that's where I spent my college years and where I want my ashes. But don't tell anybody that.
The chief is not listening to that.
The other thing, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. The other thing is, I was shocked to get a little email from a friend saying, "Have you seen this?" I read the Southampton press every week, which seems to be more and more on the side of the village and not the town. I didn't know anything about this coming up, talking about parking and limiting it. I think that should be addressed somehow through the press, be more aware and open. I don't know where I was going with that, other than I would like you to keep in mind that the people that really keep this village going are not the few that live here in the summer in their big houses. It's those of us that live here year-round. I taught in Sag Harbor. I taught for 33 years. I've been out here for a long time, over 50 years.
Yeah.
And the year-round people are the ones that go to your CVS and your Citarella and your grocery store. These people are not doing it, the ones that are saying, "Oh, I can't get to my beach." They can get to the beach if they have a house there. So please reconsider and think about those of us that live in the township.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Anyone else in the room, or we'll go to Zoom? Oh, sorry. Our county legislator. And welcome.
Hi, Ann Welker. So Suffolk County legislator, former Southampton town trustee, and as you can hear from me, and you can hear from this room, this is such an emotional topic. We live here because of our beaches, because of our ocean. We don't live here. Some of us are no longer here, but we still love to come back. And I think there's several things that are at play here. When I'm speaking with people out in the community who were very concerned to hear about this, some of them were shop owners in the village, as has been pointed out. They're people that come to the village to shop and then go to the beach. Mm-hmm. We want to keep our village vibrant. Mm-hmm. We want to keep that access for people who don't live here. And I just think that Road D is one of the few, if the only, access that is completely unrestricted. That just doesn't happen. We need that for people who are here that no longer live here, but want to keep their love for the beach and the oceans And I'm lifelong East End resident. I wasn't born in Southampton, so some say that I'm not a true local because I wasn't born in the hospital. But my parents, when they built out in Shinnecock Hills, so I grew up in Shinnecock Hills. Southampton Village beaches that run from Fowler's to the county line were our beaches. I was an ocean lifeguard at Flying Point, a town beach, but I still practically every day stop at the village beaches, even if it's just to drive in and, as my parents used to say, check and make sure the ocean's still there. So I implore you to really take a hard look at this. You can see, the public comments that have been submitted, the letters to the editor. It's very interesting to me, too, because it's not just from people that live outside of the village. There are people that are in the village, too. Our village residents are advocating for Road D to be left open and for our permits to stay that May 15th to September 15th. So I strongly, strongly urge you to take a hard look at this. Have you talked to any of the contractors? Because most of our construction companies are owned by local guys. There are a few large companies, they're mostly owned by local guys. I think they would work with you on this. Maybe there's a shuttle that can be set up. Maybe I don't know what the answer is, but I think if you speak to, I can name a good solid handful of local construction companies that I think would work with you on this. They may not be here this evening, but they would be willing to meet and speak. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ann, very much. All right, if there's no one else in the room, Sage, we're going to go to Zoom, please. Okay. So, Ms. Dans, we can't see you. Oh, there you are. Okay, sure.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Olivia Dans. I am a resident of Manorville in Brookhaven, so not a town resident. I would like to thank the chief first and foremost for bringing up the fact that Road D was dedicated in 2012 to my uncle Vincent Dans. And just as many others have said, it's very, very important for Road D to stay open to people who have been pushed out of the Hamptons. My grandmother was a resident of Greenfield Road for many years, and the family, when she passed, unfortunately, we had to sell the house. But I'm still there all the time on the hill with the Mantleys, the Botmans. And Road D is one of the only places that we can gather as a family year after year to remember the times that we had growing up. So that's my first point. My next point is that if the issue is the contractors, I'm somebody who's worked in the Hamptons for almost my entire working career, and one of those jobs was a plant healthcare technician, and I was dispatched many, many times to Meadow Lane and for jobs where I'm spraying every single plant on the property. And I observed the patterns with construction and other trade workers and the traffic that they bring. And I think that it would not be unreasonable for the town to require the homeowner who would like to just perform to be responsible for their traffic that they are bringing to the area and the ecological impact that they are putting on that space, especially being so close to our aquifers. I think that the suggestion that the parking at Gin Lane is enough is inaccurate because it's just not enough during the season, especially when Lake Agawam is drained, and those are not the best beaches to be at in the first place. And I think that, the constant construction, there are some properties on Meadow Lane that seem to be under construction year after year. And I don't see how that's appropriate or how that sort of behavior adds to the sense of place that we, the community and the town work so hard to uphold. So that's pretty much my comments.
Thank you very much. Okay. And, I'm going to look to have a sign placed at Road D was it your uncle, you said?
Yes.
There is
Yeah.
a sign.
Is there?
There is one, yes.
Where is it located, actually? Because I have.
It's right underneath the green road sign.
Okay, all right.
It's in blue.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Maybe we
thank
need a
you.
bigger sign. All right, thank you. All right, anyone else on Zoom? Sage? Okay.
Oh, hello?
Hello. Could
Oh,
you-
I believe it's me. I can't see the meeting, but I was listening.
You're on.
Could you state your name and your address?
Yes, my name is Rachel Cutler, and I live at 8 Randall Road. I just want to say thank you for everyone who's coming out. It's just really emotional, too, to hear everyone speaking on behalf of the parking and having access. I want to bring up yet another point. There are people who are pushed out of town due to affordability. They can't live here anymore, but they work for people who live here who are so important. Retirees who've been serving the town for so many years, people who are special needs who use the beach, families with young children who are hiring nannies who live out of town. These people who live out of town, they need to access the beach in off-season so that they can serve these retirees, serve these young families. We have people who are bird watchers and painters who come and enjoy the beautiful views. They're with groups, they want to see their friends, and with these restrictions, they wouldn't be able to. So I want to make it quick, I want to make it simple, and I want to speak on behalf of these people. Even though I'm a resident, I have so many friends out in other areas who, you know, it's like they wouldn't have access to these beaches, and because of that, also all of these people that are so important to us wouldn't have access either.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Sage? Yep. Thank you. Is she leaving? They declined. Okay. Well, if there's anyone else in the room that wants to speak, otherwise, I was going to make a motion then to hold this hearing open.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, sorry.
I just had one thought,
Oh, yeah.
which is I think this has been overwhelming public comment in one direction for the most part. There hasn't been any compelling reason on the other side, no nuisance shown. Our own visits to the beach, Road D showed open parking spots, no garbage, none of the things that have been cited, and just people who have been coming out and enjoying those beaches for decades with their families.
Right.
I don't think there's any reason to keep this hearing open at all. I think there's no support on this board, or very little for this. I think we should vote on it now and let people go home happy and enjoying the open beaches. I don't think there is nothing in this proposal worth saving. It was also not discussed. We had to try to figure out why it was being introduced. The trustees do not have the unilateral right to enter into an agreement that takes away a historical public right that is about the public, not the public who can afford permits. It's the public. So there's nothing to discuss here anymore, in my opinion, and we need to take a vote and close this out so that people can go home
Well-
knowing that their beaches stay open, and I don't know what we're doing, again.
Well, again, I think, again, there was some questions still about Mun Point, for example. I mean, do we not want to have any restrictions at Mun Point?
We already put the 3-hour parking there.
We put 3-hour parking there,
Yes, I
correct.
think what we need to do, quite frankly, is not worry about the parking situation, but the construction the
Yes.
contractors. So, you know, for example, when the building permits are issued for major construction projects along Middle Lane,
Yeah.
we could require contractors to provide a worker parking plan we could consider limiting the number of vehicles associated with the project
Yeah.
that may use nearby public beach parking, require contractors to provide off-site parking, and shuttle workers for larger projects or establish other reasonable controls.
Right.
So that's what we have to address.
Right.
We don't have to address the parking on our beaches, we have to address what the contracts are doing, and we can put into the, into the building permits themselves.
I just want to point out, though, there were still some items that we were trying to clean up in this law, because it's not completely
How about
consistent.
we close this, we vote on it, and we start all over again, and do something that we all talk together and all agree upon that makes sense for the public?
As well, in 2018, the mayor at the time said to the trustees of the town, please don't take back our right on these beaches. And I've already given you 30 additional parking spots, and that was at Picnic Beach. There are 30 additional open spots in addition to Road D, and he promised that those would be public spots, that they were open to the public, because that was the history of this. So why are we threatening to take this away? We should be preserving that historic right, and I don't believe it's legal, and we didn't know anything about this agreement. So I think we need to completely start over and take a vote and vote this down.
Well, can we vote now? Vote to close it and then do the resolution later? I don't know what that means.
Generally speaking, that's what you would do. If you wanted to vote on the resolution, you would do it when you got to it later. Right now, you would close the public hearing if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
We have enough information, and this was not vetted. It's not, I don't think it's legal. I think it's unfair and misguided, and I think we should close the meeting and vote. We should vote and then close this topic.
When I spoke with Mayor Manger, I told him I agree with him that there's a problem, but I didn't think that this was the best solution. So if the idea is to start all over again, I'm for that, because I think we do have to do something. I just don't think this was the right way to do it. As a comment was made, we're trying to kill a gnat with an anvil, and I agreed with that. And I also agreed with the comment that we are inviting people for the off-season. We want them to come in the fall and the winter, and to say, well, you can come, but you can't go to the beach, is not a great idea. So I agreed with all the comments. I do think we have a problem, but yeah, let's start over again.
Okay. All right.
I'd like to make a couple comments. One is, sorry? Okay. One of them is that my comment about the building permit fees was not to say that I take that interest over the interest of beach access. It's just to say there are other realities in terms of what the village is doing that need to be taken into account before, as we make any change. And that leads me to my main comment. I think there's a generic learning here, which is on issues that have big impact, Mr. Mayor. I think we should be having this sort of emotional brainstorming type discussion at the beginning of the process before anything is drafted. I think that's a big learning here, and it's been true in some other cases where I'd like us to get more in the habit of having the open-ended discussion, the what-ifs, teasing out interests and passions and the perspectives of people, whether they're residents or people who have an interest and an attachment to the village, before we begin formulating a policy in the future. I think that was part of the error here as well. So I'm in agreement with Trustee Stevenson, and I think effectively with Trustee Bernstein and Simeone that maybe we close this hearing out, and when the resolutions come, we vote to oppose the current version of this. We could take the vote now.
Well, you can just mark it off.
We can mark it off.
I think if we're close, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, and then we can it's just tabled, and that's it.
And just start again with all the great input that we've gotten and the very clear sentiment that exists here in the room.
So I'll make a motion then to close the public hearing. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We will now move on to the next public hearing, which is amending Chapter 82-3 of the Village Code, alcoholic beverages, to update the same. No. It's tabled. We're not moving forward with it. We don't have to vote on something if we're not going to do anything. No, we closed it.
How about we close it and we vote and we vote?
How about we withdraw it or vote on it? and wrote it down.
For the people in this room, it would be, it would give you closure, or give them closure if you were to take it out of order and vote on it, but I understand if
Let's
that's
do
not
it.
possible.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's vote on it.
Let's vote on it.
Let's read it and vote on it.
Vote against the resolution if you want.
All right, well, yeah, I'm fine voting against this version because it's not a good version. Yes, I
Okay.
agree with that.
I
So
think
let's
it-
read it and
I think
vote.
it would mean a lot to everybody in the room if you did take it out of
Do
order.
that in the
Thank you.
All right. So,
I need a 2-second break before you start the next one.
okay, all right. Roy says he needs a little break. Hold on one second.
So are we going to vote out of order now?
Here it is, yeah, vote
I guess
number
we
for
can
number
do that,
4.
yeah, if everyone wants to do that.
You can definitely do that if you want.
Okay.
Just make a motion to.
Yeah, I want to wait for Trustee Stevenson to come back. Okay.
You should address the other resolution also.
Well, I know because
Beach regulations and just
well,
wait until you.
we'll have to
figure this
wait
out.
until we come up
Yeah.
with a new law. Yeah.
Okay.
Part
So-
of this was
so call that one
trying
also.
to- Part of it was trying to codify the way we do beach stickers, because basically it's just the way Mimi understands it, and it's not written down anywhere. So it should really be written down, rather than just Mimi being the arbitrator. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. But I think it's
No, what? Closure. I get that. All right, so I will read this and then we will vote. Whereas the Board of Trustees of the Village of Southampton is considering a local law repealing and replacing Chapter 86 of the Village Code, permit parking, to clarify rules regarding beach and other permit parking, and whereas public hearings were held by the Village Board on July 9th, 2026 and August 13th, 2026, at which time all persons either for or against said amendment were heard, now therefore be it resolved that local law number, I don't know, it's not going to be local law, so is hereby, what's the word?
Well, you're going to make the motion the way it is,
yeah.
and then everyone's going to vote no.
Oh,
That's what they apparently want.
okay. Is hereby adopted. Okay, so I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? All opposed?
Nay.
So, all right, there you go, it's done. All right, now we'll resume on the next public hearing. So amending Chapter 82-3 of the Village Code, alcoholic beverages is the way we would describe it, to update same. So I will make a motion to open this public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so again, Council, do you want to just explain again what this was doing?
It was just making some amendments to be consistent with other sections. So basically, all this does is change alcoholic to intoxicating beverages and any illegal drug. We took
Change it to
off.
smoking and vaping.
Yeah, for smoking and vaping.
Yeah.
It also does smoking and vaping. We took off what would have which would have banned like gummies at the beach.
Yeah, that's not there anymore.
So based on Trustee
All right, so
Thurston's comments.
I think this public hearing is open. Does anyone wish to be heard on this amending Chapter 82-3? And again, it's really about intoxicating beverages and things like that, smoking and vaping at the beaches. Anyone
Not
on Zoom?
allowed.
You want to say something?
Just one other comment, which is that it does formalize the arrangement we've had, which does allow alcoholic beverage sales at Cooper's Beach,
It
wine
does.
and beer.
Right.
Correct.
So this is also included in this language.
So I should just ask one thing, there's, that the parks that are covered in the smoking is Downs Family, Windward Way, and Agawam Park.
Oh, and I was hoping to include Moses.
Right, so we can amend it now to
Are
add
you all right
D,
adding
Moses.
Moses as a park that
Because
you
that's a
should not
new
be
park.
drinking and smoking in?
This is particularly for the smoking.
Ed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roy? Okay, all right, so then if we could make that
We can
slight
amend it, so
amendment.
number, paragraph 82-3.1, number 4.
You will add
would
Moses
say-
Park.
Is it called Moses Park?
Yes, it's called Moses Park.
Lane Park?
Moses Park, just Moses Park.
Okay.
There was some discussion about parking areas and whether we were going to be consistent with the state on that. I don't know what we.
I did discuss it with the mayor, and he wanted to keep it, he doesn't want cigarette butts in the parking lot, that kind of thing. So he wanted to continue the ban on smoking in the parking
In
lots.
the parking lots.
So I don't know what everybody feels. That's what I was told, so.
I think Rob is in agreement.
Yeah, I feel, especially in some of the parks, the parking is directly approximate to the parks themselves, down at Job's Lane near the Agawam Playground and at Moses Park. And in the beaches, you know, cigarette butts and beer bottles or beer cans is, it's a cleanup issue as well, and a bad look. So I think the parking lots ought to be included.
I have a question though. I mean, if we're allowing alcoholic beverages at Cooper's Beach,
To be
why
sold,
then?
to be sold
Oh, to
there.
be sold, and
Yes,
and
it's
they-
only
they
beer
can't
and wine. It's
consume-
beer and wine.
And they cannot consume
Yes, they
it?
can. Yes.
At the
Cooper's Beach,
concession
yes,
area, at the
yes.
concession.
Oh, not on the beach.
Well, there's a proximate area, so yeah, it's, I honestly.
So if you're
yeah.
allowing them on on Cooper Beach, why are we not allowing it everywhere else?
Well, because it's part of the concession.
Well, that's besides the point. People can also bring their own booze.
They have
Right.
been bringing their own.
Right.
Well, I believe
I
that,
mean,
yeah.
say, people sit, have a picnic and have a glass of
Okay,
wine.
but this
So
has
you're
been-
gonna
this
get a
has been
ticket
on the-
now?
This has been on the code book for a while.
Right, but
I mean,
maybe that should be reconsidered. I mean, I see people having a picnic,
Well-
and they'll have a glass of rosé wine,
Yeah.
and so you're telling me if a police officer goes by, they're gonna give them a ticket?
They do not give them
I
tickets.
was
I
gonna
know
say,
they
I don't
don't.
think that
Okay.
really happens. I think there are people that go to the concerts in Agawam Park, and they probably are having some wine and
Right.
other things,
I-
and they're in Agawam Park,
So-
so.
I think
So
by
I wonder
practice,
whether-
the reason for this is to get people in the extreme, to at least give a tool in the extreme when someone is drinking to excess, being loud, being unruly, fueled by alcohol or drugs, to give something in the code that allows an additional charge beyond disorderly conduct, gives a reason to get those people out. That's how the enforcement is
All
typically
right, so
done.
this will
Very
not be
sparse.
an extreme.
No, it's not. Yeah, but anyway. But we have the one guy who wants us to make sure we don't have the dogs on the beach, so, yeah. All right, so.
Unleashed.
Unleashed, that's what I'm sorry, unleashed dogs on the beach. Anyone else in the public want to speak on this? Or, Sage, anyone on Zoom? Okay, so I will close this public hearing of amending Chapter 82-3. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, next public hearing, amending Chapter 78 of the Village Nuisances to expand on rules regarding construction and landscaping activities. So again, this was the
Construction hours.
construction hours, a change to that, not allowing them on Saturdays, just as they are not allowed on Sundays at this point. So right now, construction is allowed from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. on Saturdays, and this would ban that, but only during the summer months of May 15th until September 15th. For the rest of the year, Saturday would be a day that construction, landscaping could be done. But again, this was put forward because of complaints again from some residents that said they can't enjoy the quiet, enjoyment of their home on a Saturday because they've got a major construction job going on next door. And it precluded this one woman from even sitting outside with her grandchildren because she said you just couldn't sit out there with the work that was going on next door. So this was trying to avoid that. I also think it will help somewhat with traffic because we wouldn't have as many, people coming into the village on Saturday for construction projects and possibly just parking on the side of the road. As we heard earlier, specifically places like Meadow Lane, that would no longer be happening on a Saturday, which is also when we have the most people coming to visit our beaches and other parts of the village. So that's what this is, but I'd love to hear if the public has any comments about that. Sheila, please.
Mr. Mayor, before, I
Sorry.
just wanted to say, I'm not sure that this does restrict it to the time of year.
Well, it should. That's what we discussed.
I didn't see that
I
in
don't
there.
recall ever
Yeah.
discussing that. We just changed it from Monday to Friday to Monday to Saturday, and then specifically.
No, but that should have been in it.
No,
because I thought-
specifically, we made changes for, like, for Thanksgiving
But it-
weekend.
And for
Yeah, but-
also for 4th of July, though.
We did, but not all year round. We didn't allow them to do construction year round on Saturdays.
All right, well, that was a mistake then. It should only be between May 15th and September 15th.
I think we should
It was
discuss
never
that
in
a
a
little
code like
bit as
that,
well.
though.
I mean, we discussed it, but I didn't see it in here, but I I thought it was a little excessive to say May 15th in terms of some contractors that have spoken to that
Yeah.
are rushing to get things ready
Right.
for June. And if you limit them on a Saturday, it's very hard to complete the work, and it's before the real season starts. And it did seem excessive to me and to some people who felt like it would be really eating into the time when they're rushing to get things done. So I think we may want to tweak that a little bit or discuss
But
it.
we also said that we weren't going to have this take effect until January, so it doesn't affect anybody for the
No, but
remainder of the year.
after that,
Next year.
forever, it affects people unless
I
it's
mean,
changed. And that does have a big impact on the ability to get a house ready for a customer that is wanting to get in for June. And
It
it
just says
seemed
they
a
have to
little
move it
extreme.
further up.
Yeah.
It just seemed
I think this needs a lot of work
Yeah.
still. Also, the question, what Jay had suggested, if we're not going to allow work on Saturdays during the summer season, maybe we can extend the hours during the week so that they can make up for that time that they're losing. And that's not contemplated in here either.
Okay. So, well, I'd love to hear if the public has something they want to say. Here, please, go ahead.
Okay, on the local law 78-4, this includes the gas leaf blowers.
Yeah.
So concern for me is I have a lot of friends that are in the landscape industry. Just like this morning, we had a major thunderstorm. When it thunders like that 2-3 days a week, these guys are cutting grass all week long.
Mhm.
That affects their schedule.
Mhm.
So say it rains Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and they already cut their lawns for Monday, Tuesday. Now they have to cut Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on a Saturday. So that's going to affect that as well. Us in the construction field, these people give us deadlines. It's usually 17 months to complete a house, from concrete to excavation to framing, everybody in the trades. So this is now going to cut on these people's deadlines. How did their house get there? They built it. They didn't complain
Right.
because it was their house.
Mhm.
So now neighbors are complaining because their houses are established. Well, that's between neighbors. Let the neighbors hash it out. And the other thing on the leaf blowers too, it's electric leaf blowers now. I think it's hilarious. I drive through the village sometimes early in the morning to go surf casting. There's electric leaf blowers on the sidewalks. Then you have this big diesel leaf vacuum at 6:30 in the morning going behind these electric leaf blowers, making crazy noise. There's apartments above these little storefronts and stuff where there's people living. I don't hear complaints from them. So that's just a concern for me is the deadlines, the weather. Nobody here can control weather.
Right.
Unless we're magically cloud seeding, you know. But that's just concerns that I have being in the construction field.
All right. Could, Council, could we suspend this the way we do for leaf blowers, for instance, after an emergency? Could we suspend this law if we had, as the gentleman just suggested, 3 or 4 days of rain? Would it be possible to suspend?
Then you'd have to declare an emergency or something probably,
Yeah.
or you'd have to have some kind of procedure for doing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, is
Yeah.
whether we could add that into the law with the ability for it to be overridden at the discretion of the mayor or consultation with the DPW with respect to a period of, 4 days of rain ending on a Friday. Yeah, I've heard from a number of people on this, in addition to the potential to try to make up for lost time by extending hours, as Jay Fitzpatrick had suggested. Some consideration for the fact that some of the people doing work in trades, construction or landscaping trades, and particularly on the weekends, are often people who have other full-time jobs during the week or work full-time for a larger company and then work on their own on the weekends, and that it's an important source of income for them. And so, that makes me wonder, and for some of them, Saturdays are the only time that works. Makes me wonder whether I don't want to go back to the drawing board entirely on this, but do we consider something like maybe mornings only, or limiting, no work in the afternoons on a Saturday? Could we allow landscaping work that doesn't involve equipment? If you're doing raking, planting, and that sort of landscaping work?
Along construction that's happening inside the house and not demolition.
Yeah, the construction inside the house, in that world, I know it. You could be working with a router, and if you're inside a house, it doesn't matter if someone's using a router or a fine tool, which are the things that go, that comes through glass and doors and closed houses.
You have painters, you
could have painters, you could
electricians.
define some kind of quiet work in each of these categories. I want to balance out the comfort and convenience, address the complaints we've been receiving about the inability for people to enjoy their terraces and their yards and feel as though they're constantly in noise and want a respite for the weekend, not just for Sunday but for Saturday, with the need to move projects along and allow people to continue to pursue their livelihoods. So I think I think we've got time on this because we weren't planning on having something become effective until January 1st. I don't love constantly kicking things down the road, but an important law like this or beach access evolves, and I don't have trouble maybe taking some additional considerations on this.
Michael Zinder.
Hi, Michael Zinder, 36 Pulaski Street. I can appreciate what the gentleman just said, and I do appreciate the difficulties in construction and whatnot. But just to focus on the landscaping thing for a second from sort of the opposite perspective of what he just raised, it always it was of interest to me why the concern has always been with the gas leaf blowers and only the gas leaf blowers. It's pretty much
so far.
Yeah, because it's pretty much the case now that the landscapers have gotten used to using electric ones, and they are quieter. But right after they do the electric leaf blowing around my neighborhood, they're then using, I think they're gas-powered trimmers to trim, and that's 9 times as noisy as the gas blowers were.
Yeah.
And then, as he also suggested, they're using other kinds of equipment to clean up, and then they're using gas mowers to mow the grass.
Yeah.
So in terms of peace and quiet, and I mentioned this at the last meeting, I know, Rob, you had an intriguing idea about how to address it, although I don't think that works for everybody, but literally, I sit in my backyard, and like Monday, the guy to my right's doing it, Tuesday, the guy behind me, Wednesday, the woman to the left of me, Thursday, the people across the street. I mean, I can't get a week where I have one day where there just isn't anything except Sundays.
So that's what we're trying to give you Saturday as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I would suggest attacking it from several perspectives. Certainly some part of Saturday, and maybe again, there's a balancing that has to be done with the contractors, and they have to earn a living, and with people who want to get their stuff done, and I appreciate that. But there's got to be a balancing of that with the people who are trying to get quiet enjoyment of their properties. And to that end, I think you really, if you're going to reconsider this whole thing, consider not just gas blowers, but like gas anything. And I realize it's expensive for contractors to change, in the middle, but I just think that the balancing has to be on the side of the residents, and they've got to get quieter. It's miserable, and there's just no reason for it. It's very difficult people come out here to enjoy the quiet, and it's great when I have my 2 hours of quiet, and then they start on each property doing the landscaping. So both the contracting and the landscaping, I think you got to balance it.
Thank you, Mike. You have to come forward.
I've spoken informally, both Mayor Manger and Trustee Coburn. I appreciate all your comments tonight. The one thing I would just add in is that, with contractors and landscapers, just remember that landscapers' season is April to end of September.
Right.
They don't have an option of making up in the rest of the year. The business they're losing if we cut out 20%. But I totally agree with this gentleman because the noise bothers me. The gas, the things trimming the hedges make more noise than the gas blowers now. But I think there is a slight difference there, and we should try and keep that in mind when you're coming up with the final part of this plan.
Okay. Anyone else in the room wish to speak on this? Sheila.
Yes, I am begging you not to extend the hours that people can work. My husband and I live in an area where we are surrounded by 6 yards abut us, and we have 3 people across the street from us. Everyone is hiring people to do everything except us. Not that I'm trying to be a martyr, but the noise levels are incredible for half-acre lots. You live in the estate section, you're not hearing this because you have 5 acres. But when you live in the regular residential areas of the village, and they're half-acre, in some cases less than half-acre lots, you are hearing an enormous number of landscapers. And frankly, we get up very early in the morning to ride our bikes, come home, and be able to sit with our coffee and our paper and not have noise until 8 o'clock. And believe me, at 8 o'clock, brum, it all starts up. They know us now, so they don't start early because I go out and yell at them. But, And we want to have cocktails and dinner in peace. We don't want them working till 7. So please don't do that. I have very little sympathy with people trying to finish their jobs, but that's up to you guys. But this is a great idea to restrict it, but please don't compromise on the hours we have now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Anyone else in the room wants to speak on this? Otherwise, Sage, you have anyone on Zoom? Okay, so obviously, Council, I did want to, change the dates at least on when this would be in effect.
For construction, for everything?
Yeah, for everything, yeah.
Okay.
But so the thing is, should we, again, hold this open and make changes and come back next month and have more people discuss it?
Everybody's on the same page and knows
Everyone
what they
okay with
want to
that?
do.
All right, so then I will make a motion to continue keeping this local law proposal on Chapter 78 on Village Code nuisances open to be heard at the next village meeting on September 10th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Next one. Amending Chapter 110 of the Village Code, Vehicles and Traffic, by updating the schedules related to stop intersections, 110-37, Schedule F. So this is specifically about the stop sign on Moses Lane that has been covered up for the last few weeks. And so this is the time for the public to come forward and tell us their thoughts on the elimination of that stop sign or not. Ma'am.
I'm Elma Hawkins, and I live on Fox Hollow Lane. I'm a full-time resident. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Board of Trustees. There we go. So I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself and also my neighbor, Vince Grabinski, who could not be here tonight because of his travel schedule. We very strongly oppose the removal of the stop sign going east on Moses Lane at Fox Hollow. Simply put, removing this stop sign is premature, unnecessary, and dangerous. Every day, my husband or I turn right on Fox Hollow, this is in a car, onto Moses Lane, and we head to the village. Because heavy tree foliage, our view of the incoming traffic from the left is partially blocked, forcing us to pull all the way into the intersection just to see what's coming. The danger is heightened by the road's topography. Vehicles travel up a rather steep incline, and they come from a small dip, making cars and trucks invisible until they are fairly close to the intersection. The current stop sign directly mitigates this hazard. Removing it creates an immediate safety risk for every resident who uses this road. Second, making this change right now makes no sense. A formal traffic study is planned for September, or at least so I heard last week. Public safety decisions should be driven by hard data without confirmation bias. Removing stop signs based on assumptions or before the study is completed is putting the cart before the horse. And then finally, removing the stop sign will do nothing to relieve the end-of-day westbound congestion. Instead, it will invite cars, trucks, and heavy 18-wheelers to speed down a narrow residential road, as I have witnessed directly. Moses Lane, again, is not a highway. It is a quiet neighborhood street right next to a beautiful park called Moses Park. A few hours of peak seasonal traffic congestion should never take priority over the year-round safety of our residents. We respectfully urge the board to do 3 things. 1, keep the eastbound stop sign in place, please. Point 2, reinstate the westbound stop sign. And point 3, defer any structural traffic changes until the September traffic study yields clear and actionable data. I thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to keeping our neighborhood safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard on this topic? Sage, do you have anyone on Zoom? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hello?
Hi, hello.
Yes, we can't see you, but we can see your name, and there's some feedback. Sage.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Tawny Otterman. I'm at 350 North Sea Road. I just wanted to, I agree with the last individual that it's just extremely unsafe to get rid of that stop sign. I walk dogs here, and I walk dogs every single day on Moses, and the cars fly by just like every other road. But us removing the stop sign makes it incredibly dangerous for any individual who lives out here, who again enjoys walking, who's walking dogs, all of the above. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, thank you very much. Sage, anyone else? Does anyone on the board want to say anything about this?
I have a question. Is it possible to have only one stop sign going east and not having the one going west?
I don't think so. We'd have to talk to a traffic person.
It's not advisable, but Chief, do you want to say anything about that?
I think
Sorry.
we can't have a 2 out of 3-way stop.
Because there's also one on the road that enters Moses there, and it would be very confusing as to who is supposed to go if you have a 3-way stop with only 2 stop signs. A 3-way intersection with only 2 stop signs.
You'd probably at the minimum need additional signage that said traffic from the west doesn't stop or something like that. It gets confusing for people.
Go ahead, Chief.
No, I agree. I think, if you're going to put it back to the way it was, you got to put both back. Just out of, who's going to have the right of way. It's a
Right,
three-way.
it's a problem, and it was a problem we actually had on Pond Lane at Culver.
Yep.
We
That's
had
right.
one stop sign that was missing, and we put that back.
Right.
We added that there. Yeah.
I mean, the reason I'm asking is because removing that stop sign for the westbound traffic actually is working. It's moving the
Correct.
traffic.
It's
And
keeping.
people at Pelham have been writing to me and saying, thank goodness, now the traffic is not just at a standstill, but it's actually, there's still traffic, but it's moving. And
It is moving, but is that something that they're going to look at with the study?
I don't
or
know, we
whatever?
could obviously add that to what VHB is looking at. I think they weren't directly looking at this, but
Okay.
we can certainly add this to what they should study. Yeah, but I mean, I'd be curious what your observations have been since we've done this.
I mean, the observations have been that the bottleneck at Pelham, Armand, and Moses has been moving much better during the rush hour. We do have, we don't have somebody up there all the time doing speed enforcement, but when they do, it's not egregious. I'm not disputing what this resident is saying. I'm sure she's seen speeding vehicles. But I do think it has helped the neighborhood overall with traffic not being backed up down Armand to Halsey to White Street at some days during the week. So
we have those speeding signals that capture, can you record?
Yes, so that one, as I stated in my last
Wasn't
meeting,
working.
it wasn't working. So Steve was getting a new one to put up there, so we'll be able to do a car count and we'll be able to capture speed 24 hours a day.
And I actually ordered a second one to be
Yeah.
put on that street from the opposite direction.
Okay.
Yeah, so then at that point, we'll be able to see how the traffic patterns actually are working.
Correct.
Are there any other opportunities for crosswalks or anything else in a residential neighborhood that allow people to cross
We did add
more
two
safely?
crosswalks. We did add two
Yeah.
crosswalks.
Yeah, there's two
With
crosswalks
signage.
there, and there's the pedestrian signs in the middle like you see on Main Street and Jovis Lane. And it is narrow. It definitely makes the road a little bit more narrow, so people are going a little bit slower during the day.
Okay.
Chief, I don't know if this is legal. I know when you go sometimes to a school area, it says 20 miles an hour speed limit when flashing.
Mhm.
It's not always flashing. it's not possible to have like a stop sign that says stop sign when flashing, so that during the rush hour, those 3 hours, you can go through, but the rest of the time, we're not letting people go fast up and down that street.
Right.
I don't know if that's even a thing, but.
Well, I mean, we can look into it and see if it is a thing.
makes
You know, you
It's
have.
on some highways
It's
at
on the, like the
entrances, yeah.
expressways, one vehicle per green, and it stops and you can go, so, you know, during the rush hour time, so I don't
Because
know
I
if there's
agree
a
with
concept
the
that we can
lady who
do.
spoke that, you know, you've got to park there, and back to, not to revisit history, but when we talked about Pond Lane Park, it was like, let's close the road because there's a park there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to revisit history, but now we have a park here, and we've just taken away the stop sign that
Mm-hmm.
enables people to access the park. So I understand the problem at Armand and all those streets, and that is a problem. But yeah, people will go faster down that road if there's not a stop sign. I almost think there should be another stop sign up by the entrance of the park, but.
Well, there's a stop sign up right before the tracks, as you're going up towards County Road 39.
Yeah, go ahead.
I walk my dogs up to that park sometimes, and one thing I would say, regardless of what the solution is, the point about the view to the west when you're coming to the T at Fox Hollow, that right of way there, I'll talk to Steve Phillips, but it is overgrown. And there is some topography that's still going to keep visibility difficult, but it would help to pull the foliage back 5 to 8 feet from the road. It's really growing in there, and that is something that adds to the confusion. How long have the stop signs been in the crosswalks? Just a week,
I think
week and a half?
maybe up to 2 weeks.
Yeah, but
maybe a little
we
shy of
didn't
that.
have the
sign.
You didn't have the sign in
We
it.
didn't have the sign in the crosswalk until just this last week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because one other thing that I had mentioned to Vince Serbinsky, and it's just for consideration, but since I do walk up in that area a lot, I had begun to see, you know, believe it or not, talk about all the different ways that traffic flows in the village. Cars stuck westbound on Hill Street for several years now, some of them have been taking a right north onto Moses to get off of Hill Street, heading up toward McGee, I guess, to go to the highway. But just in the last 6 months, I've seen cars rocketing down Moses, seeing the backup at Armand Pelham, and take a left onto Harvest to cut through. And I was walking about 2 weeks before we began this trial. I was walking back down Fox Hollow to get back to my house from the park, and there were 3 or 4 contractor vehicles that raced around the corner after Mr. Zavinsky's house and heading up there at 35 or 40 miles an hour, which is just, you live there, so I can't say, but it's something I had never seen before. And that's a consequence of the fact that they didn't want to go through that intersection. So you may.
Ma'am, I'll let you come back one more time, yeah.
May I just address that point? So my house looks on.
Just speaking to the mic.
Sorry,
but yeah.
my house looks out on Fox Hollow, and my house also looks out on Moses Lane. And I see this from various rooms, so I have very good view of both of those streets. The issue on, as you just described, where people come charging down Fox Hollow, that
Because
lasted.
there was a 3-way stop, it allowed them to get
It
ahead of cars.
lasted only for 3 days, because I actually stood in the middle of the road and slowed them down. And I did that for 3 days, and after that, we really have, I look every single day, I listen, and there is no traffic coming down Fox Hollow other than contractors working in the area. And that there was quite a lot of. So I just wanted to make that point, that I think it might have been a situational issue, but I don't.
But in theory, when you have a 3-way stop there, and there's bad traffic, and people are fighting to get ahead of the next 2 or 5 or 10 cars just to save themselves 30 seconds, if you have the 3-way stop, there will continue to grow more traffic cutting through off of Moses through your neighborhood to get to that 3-way stop, because it's better than sitting behind 30 cars backed up to the intersection. Just saying that that's a consequence of continuing to have the 3-way stop, is that you will continue to get more cars using that as a better option for sitting in 2 or 3 or 5 backed up cars. And you talk to some of the people who are here on Lee, that will become 30 or 40 backed up cars before too long. It's just a risk that comes with having the 3-way stop, because it's an attractive assurance that they can get back into line ahead of the cars they would have been behind.
May I just make one additional point? I really feel that my quality of life has decreased dramatically in the last few weeks. My work is such that I take my daily break from 4:15 to about 5:30, 5:45. I then have dinner, and then I start working again at 7 p.m., and I work straight through to 11. And then I start the next morning at 7 o'clock again and do the same thing over and over again. And so I used to, at 4:15, go out, do a quick round circle on Moses all the way around. I don't do that. I dare not do that because I do think you're taking your life into your own hands. And so that, my circle of being outside is now making a little circle on Harvest Lane. And, that is, I think, quite impactful if I may say so.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sorry, Jane Clare.
I just wanted to say, Jane Clare, live in the village. I was on Moses yesterday, and because you put those crosswalk signs up, you had to go much slower. So I don't know if you really do need those stop signs. I think people are going slower because of those. Are those up 24?
Yeah, they're going to be permanent.
I really think it slowed it down. I think you should do a few crosswalks on Cooper's Farm Road, slow that traffic down too.
I know where you live, yes. Anyone else in the room or anyone else on Zoom? Sage? Any final comments? So what would the board like to do? Would you like to hold this open and discuss it more at the next meeting in September, or close this public hearing, or what would you like to do?
I think we should keep it open.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to keep open this public hearing on amending Chapter 110 of the Village Code, Vehicle and Traffic. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Just a quick discussion. I think the residents who have expressed concern not deserve closure tonight, but I wanted to just make sure I understand that we're going to ask VHB to include this area as part of their study, to expedite a resolution to either end this pilot, modify it, or come up with a recommendation as part of the work that they're doing. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you. Then I'm ready to vote, and I'll say aye.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. The next was already taken care of. They joined us earlier. So now we'll go to board updates and general discussion items. Again, traffic, we were going to talk about traffic because we have a schematic that was done by VHB since our last meeting that proposes to have temporary barriers installed at Lee, Captains, and Halsey that would, again, prevent left turns, actually all the time, because it would be installed. But we would do this as a pilot program, as the chief recommended, starting in September. And it would run for between 3 and 4 weeks. Unless the chief has anything else he'd like to add. Please, Chief.
The only thing that I would add is if we can run it longer. And I think by having these temporary barriers to channelize the right turns, it's not going to take a lot of manpower.
Right.
We're obviously going to have to be there the
You might have
first.
to be there at the beginning.
Yeah, at the beginning. But I think we got to let it ride a little bit, only because if we don't do it long enough, we're all going to be back here next
Right.
June.
So what do you think of 6 weeks?
I think we should, if we start at September 15th, I would put it at least through,
Well, we could even start it before September 15th. I mean,
well, we got to get the communication out.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
we have a plan with that. But I think we should run it at least till Thanksgiving. I think we should. I mean, it's up to you, but that's my recommendation, because I don't think we're going to get enough memory for people traveling. And then if it works, then we can do a better campaign for the springtime, for when everybody comes out and everything gets, backed up and crowded. And
Did I understand you, Bill, to say that the barriers will prevent turns all day? I mean,
Yes, because they would be installed and it's not possible to put them in, take them out, put them in, take them out. So they would have to be there all
Why,
day.
why
if
are we
you
doing
live on any of
barriers
those
instead of the
streets, you need to
signs?
go to
Well,
First
no,
Met.
because, well, again, what the proposal was to put these barriers so that there's something physical that really prevents someone from doing this. When we've done the cones,
When we've done the cones and barrels,
they actually drive over them.
we would have to stay there
That's
for the
police would have to be
4
there for
hours a
6
night.
weeks.
All right.
We would have to be
That's
there.
the problem.
We can't just put signage saying no right turn?
I mean, we definitely can.
I've seen no left turn.
That will not be enforced that way.
They'll laugh at it.
But it is a pilot, and past pilots, where there's a presence there, and we
Right.
enforce other things, but we can't.
Because this will not allow the left turn anytime. That's it.
Right, well, the other
It's
option
not
is we
really-
have DPW come out every night, put them up, and take them down.
That's just
No, no.
crazy. That's
So
crazy.
that-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna make it all the time right now.
I mean, I can certainly invite VHB to come to the work session on is it the 22nd this month? And
25th.
talk, 25th, sorry, 25th, and talk more about this. But in the meantime, I have to tell Steve Phillips if we want to go ahead and purchase these temporary barriers to be installed, because there's a lead time to get them, and if we want it to be implemented in September, we need to move forward. We certainly can have more discussion about it at that time. I'll get a price on what this costs, and we can determine if it's in the best interest to go ahead
I
and
mean,
do this right now.
If we have to use cones and barrels, we could certainly do that and take it
But there'll
down.
be
It's
a
just,
lot more overtime with the police, because they're going to have to be down there.
yeah.
So, a couple things. First of all, the proposal from the traffic consultant just arrived today. None of us have had a chance to look at it
Right.
as a full proposal, so
Including myself,
just so
yeah.
people know. I, for one, would like to understand what the overtime costs might look like for a 6-week trial, because we're already throwing a fair amount of money at this issue. We want to make sure that the results of this are robust and accepted by everyone, and if it takes some additional money to prove that something works or sort of works or works partially, I'm not saying that I'm not giving a blank check right now, but I'd like to know what that cost would be to put them up, because I don't think it's reasonable actually to have the barriers 24/7.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what I'm
it's-
concerned
It's going to
about.
be a huge inconvenience, first and foremost, for not only residents, but people sort of coming normally in and out of that neighborhood for deliveries and other things in the non-commuter hours when there's not traffic. It's a big inconvenience.
Well, if we institute the change, then we would do it with signs, the way it is on the other side of the street. Is that right?
So the last pilot that we did on Somerset, we did with cones and barrels before the signs were put up. I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we had temporary signs on the barrels that said no turns. We could certainly, we don't have to put a permanent barrier down or a temporary barrier down. We could do it with cones and barrels. I don't know what it would cost from the DPW side. I know for the pilot last year that we did for 2.5 weeks, it was roughly $65,000 for just the police stuff.
Yeah, that's
So, and that was just the 2.5 week, whatever, it was 2 weeks, so.
If they're going to ignore the signs, though, doesn't the study have to have just the signs? Because that would be the real test.
Well, I
I'm
think
confused about that.
the plan was that if we wanted to do this, that we would do something permanently, so that it would preclude people from being able to make that turn. Because the problem is, even when we've had police down there, amazingly enough, even with cones and barrels, people were still attempting to make the left turn. And so this is, I think it's called a channelizing approach, where it actually sort of forces the cars to go in a specific direction and not allow them to go in the opposite direction. Again, this did just arrive today, so I haven't studied enough either, but we would certainly invite VHB to be present at the work session. But the question is, should we go ahead and try and do this? I think probably members of the community would like us to try something here as a pilot.
Yes, but it seems like a tremendous inconvenience for the regular, normal times, not just for the residents, but for just normal traffic. I mean, the way I envisioned it was just that we're going to put the signs and change ways and Google, and maybe you have a police car at one street one day, another street another day, and just to monitor and give out tickets if you have to. But to put these channelizing islands seems like overkill to me. I mean, that's
Well,
just my opinion.
we can do it with, Trustee Simeoni, we can do it like we did the last pilot with just cones and barrels and remove it every day. We can't enforce the pilot. We can't enforce the
Oh.
turns.
Oh, you can't do that?
No. So putting signs up without some type of cone or barrel is going to be counterproductive. So I think,
see.
if you don't want to do the temporary channelization, that's fine, but we have to talk to Steve and have him come up with some type of plan to put these out every day and put them off to the side at the end, between the hours of whatever, 4 to 7 or 3 to 7, whatever, excuse me, whatever it's going to be. If you don't want to put the all-day thing in, and because the purpose is just during rush hour. So if it's going to be a true pilot, it should be during those hours.
Right. Exactly.
But we have to be cognizant of what's going to have the best effect, and again, not incur, a significant amount of overtime.
We're going to incur some overtime.
Yeah.
We are, especially in the beginning. But if we're going to do it, we got to do it right this time and
Well, I think
get it
that's
figured
why-
out.
I think that's why, though, they were proposing this channelizing barrier
Right.
that would really be quite forceful. Yeah.
It would. But maybe we should consider that if this thing does work, putting in a permanent one, and
Well,
not.
these were to be temporary ones. And
Right.
that if we liked what the effect was, we would get actually another, version of it that's a more permanent version.
But those would be 24 hours.
Right.
Yes,
Right,
they
but
would.
I mean, can these be moved? I mean, can you-
I don't know enough about it, Ed, I just don't know enough about it. We'll have to talk to the DPW folks as well as VHB. Unfortunately, I asked VHB if they could be here tonight, and Pat and Ryan both were unavailable tonight. And so they sent this today, because I said I needed something to discuss tonight. And so they got this to me, as Rob said, today. But, I wanted to have something to show that we're looking at trying to come up with a way of having a solution here.
Is there a hybrid where some of the streets have the barrier and some have the removable cones? So you incur less overtime perhaps, but you could go to the next street and make a left if it's not those restricted hours?
Yeah, I mean, you can set the parameters however you want, and we'll adapt to it.
So we could do a hybrid and see what works, because you could still make a left somewhere nearby. And the other hours, I think maybe that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't really have public comment now, but Jesse, if you really want to say something.
Ask a quick question.
Yeah, come on forward.
Can the report be made available to the public?
Which report?
VHB today?
Oh, this is not really a report, it was just like their proposal of what could be done to implement these channelizing on the 3 streets.
For us to
Sure, I think so. I mean, it's again, it was done in
Is it now in the
conjunction
packet
with this.
or not?
It wasn't done, it did not all in the packet. It was, sure, absolutely. It was here for the public to view, yeah. I mean, actually, Sage, you could probably even get it on the screen, couldn't you? Put it back in the middle and Sage can get it on the
Maybe a couple
overhead camera.
pages. I think there's 2, just one, okay.
It's a board, Can you get that, Sage? Okay. There, so this was showing where they were gonna do the channelizing, especially on Lee and Captain's, and then there's even something that they have proposed for Halsey. But again, probably we would need the consultants to be present to just explain us a little more how this is supposed to work. But this was what was presented today to show how we would prevent left turns from being made at those 3 intersections with Hill Street. Anyway.
One small note just to throw in, which I've discussed with the chief, we also need to, whatever we do, we need to make sure we're doing a robust communications program, and starting that at least 2, ideally maybe 3 weeks before. And one of the concepts I threw out was the idea of creating a printed flyer, which I think your team is working on.
Yes.
That we could hand out at the end of Hill Street in almost like a sobriety stop in English and Spanish, and just starting 3 weeks beforehand, say these are the dates, this is what's going to happen, so that it goes directly to the people who are in traffic every day anyway.
Yes.
So in looking at the calendar, if we were to have VHB here on the 25th and we took action on the 25th, that would be 3 weeks exactly before September 15th, if that's the date that you want to start the pilot. So we would have 3 weeks from the next meeting to disseminate as much information as we could during that time. If people think that's ample and adequate, we can do that. But in the meantime, I'm still going to speak to VHB and Steve about what this would mean. And I think it would be helpful, Chief, if you could contemplate overtime.
Yeah, sure.
Based on, again, if we're using these, or we're using your guys with the cones and the barrels, or what this, a combination thereof, so that we can estimate what this would entail.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, okay. Anyone else on the board have another question for the chief or anything about this right now?
No.
Okay, so Rob, I'm going to go back to you so that you can
Sure.
speak on these other updates if you'd like.
Yeah, there were a couple infrastructure things that I think have come up in the public or in other ways over the last couple weeks. One was, I thought it just might be helpful to have an explanation here in this forum of the status of the solar panels. I know there's an article in the paper, but
Yeah.
the status of the solar panels and what, in Job's Lane parking lot.
Right.
What's the timeline for getting those connected and generating both electricity
Right.
and revenue for the village?
Sure. So I can, again, the article by Dan was I think, very, very well done. It talked about, for example, the police station went online over a year ago now, and that's already generating power for the police station. But the one that, again, remains is the Job's Lane. And as I stated, we have to work with PSEG to get permission from them to sell the energy back, and they have to come up with a plan of how we are going to, again, trench from the panel to the telephone pole, that they tell me the only one that is amenable to this hookup is all the way over in front of the Veterans Hall Cultural Center. And so that being the case, Steve has been meeting with actually a company that could go channel underground without having to tear up the park. He was getting some estimates from that this week. I believe there is a meeting, Scott, that we have with PSEG next week.
Yeah, we're going to try to set one up early in the week. That would include PSE&G, representative from Johnson Control, and a representative from Sunrise Electric who would be doing the work.
Right, and then once, again, PSEG gives us the go-ahead, the plan was to start right after Labor Day so that we don't interrupt what's ever going on in Agawam Park.
So my question, here's what I really want to understand.
Yep.
We paid Johnson Controls a lot of money to design and implement this program and to help oversee sort of the engineering of this. I just, for the life of me, don't understand why a connection plan, the last step of connecting this, wasn't part of that work, and why it hasn't been done sooner, why it's taken 15 months to do this.
So it was part of the plan. The complicating factor was, again, that the algae harvester was going to be delivered to that park. That also had to be hooked up for power, also at the pole on the far side of Lake Agawam. So I was trying to do it all together at once so that we would only have to do the drilling or the underground trenching once. Unfortunately, then the algae harvester got held up, and I said, okay, forget it, we're not going to try and do them both at the same time, although I thought that was a good, efficient way to do it. So then we moved to just trying to hook up the solar thing and worrying about the algae harvester at a later date.
I have a question though.
Yeah.
The algae harvester was supposed to be a finite project, only be there 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
No, actually, it was a multi-year. Possibly, it depends on how the lake reacts to it.
Right, but
And
at a certain point it would come out. It wasn't there forever.
At some point, it would be removed, yes.
Right, so
yes.
the connection that you would have made with the algae harvester, would that connection also be valid to access the grid?
No, because the complication...
So you still would have had to make another connection later anyway, so you might as well have
We
done it
would.
in the first place.
Well, yeah, but the idea was I didn't want to have to rip up Agawam Park twice. I thought that was
Yeah.
a good reason to
Well,
try
if-
and do it once and not have to do it twice. If we could have one person come in and channel it once, I thought that was a more efficient way to do it. The complicating factor was that in one way, we were drawing power to serve the algae harvester, and with the solar panel, we're actually feeding power back to the grid. So it was actually, engineering-wise, we had meetings on this, it was actually quite complicated, and we were trying to figure out how to resolve that system. And the engineers at PSEG, said this is quite complicated, but we're going to work on it. And then I said, look, we're going to just not worry about this because the algae harvester is not about to arrive. We're not going to need the additional power there. We just now need to sell the energy back to the grid.
With all due respect,
Yeah.
because I do this for a living.
Yeah.
It's not that complicated. If PSEG, especially if Johnson Controls was saying that it was that complicated, then they're giving us bad advice, and I think they failed us here.
Well,
I just need to state this.
Yeah.
There are 3 or 4 different ways to have done this and provided for the future power needs of the algae harvester and gotten those panels connected 15 months ago. We've lost out on $100,000 or more of energy that they could have been generated because you get net metering in New York State. We could have been paid for the power that we're missing. To have tied this project to the algae harvester to begin with
It
was
not tied,
silly.
It was not tied to the algae harvester, Rob. I was trying to, again, do the construction work all together at one time. And Scott.
So there's 2 or 3 ways that could have been done. I can walk through it if you want to take the time. It's not worth it now, maybe, but.
But Scott, you've been on the calls with PSEG. Can
Yeah,
you
so
try and
there-
help explain how complicated it was?
there was a
We
couple
had
of issues.
several different engineers we were talking to about this.
Yeah,
It's
there was-
not that simple.
There was a couple of original problems. First, the pole that was going to be utilized by Johnson Controls, they had to take off the table because there was another business. So the electric was already would hit capacity. So then they had to use another pole. The problem was trying to consolidate or coordinate both electric systems wasn't as easy as it sounded because it required site design changes to the AECOM proposal, with Dan Levy's proposal. So they had to make site design changes there to accommodate because they were originally just going to do a drop line. So they had to make adjustments. Ultimately, the AECOM left, that languished. They were actually, it was their contractor, Oceans Electric, that actually secured the original permits. Once AECOM left the project, the Johnson's, and we decided we're not going to do the mingled approach anymore. Johnson's Controls came back onto the table, but they had to go to Sunrise Electric and get those permits moved out of the Oceans Electric name into theirs. We're very close to achieving that now. So now the only complicating issue is if you're going to use a pole or you're going to trench.
I know you're working hard on this, and it's not to point fingers at people here at the table. I believe, and I've not met the people from Johnson Controls, I don't think they've been here in a couple of years, or maybe 3 years to present, but I think they failed to at least help us understand and navigate this better. We're paying, the taxpayers are paying for the interest burden of the bonds that were there, but we're not getting any revenue benefits. So it's been a cost to taxpayers. We should avoid that kind of mistake in the future.
Well, just on the algae harvester, because I was around for those discussions and presentations on the algae harvester, but my understanding at the time was that they're supposed to go to different bodies of water, and we've really just...
the plan
we
was...
have several, we were supposed to buy several, so we need to be able to hook them up at Barrett, because we have 7 bodies of water that all need attention. And I think one of the issues is not just the Johnson Controls, but prioritizing just one body of water when they all need help.
No, but the plan always, Trustee Bernstein, was really to have the algae harvesters at Lake Agawam, and there were going to be 3 different machines. That's the plan to handle the volume of Lake Agawam, which is 60 acres. The discussion that we had was with the town. The town said, we would like, since we're putting up $5 million as a grant, we would like to be able to, once you're finished with it at Lake Agawam, we would possibly like to move it over to another body in the town to see if we could clean up that body. So it really was to do Agawam in the village, and then the town, as part of their understanding on the grant, was that they could then use it to add another body of water in the future. That was really what the whole story was.
Yes, I just think if we put up a solar panel, we should just prioritize the savings and, you know.
Well, no, I understand. So again, I wasn't trying to,
Yeah.
to screw this up. I was really trying to do it so that I would not have to tear up Lake Agawam. The Agawam Park. And I said, especially in the summer months when people are there for the concerts on Wednesday and other functions in the park, it just didn't seem to me to be the proper thing to do that and then have to come back again and rip it up again for more conduits to be installed. So again, I'm not doing this to try and screw up the plan or the program. I was really trying to do it in a way that I thought would be, an efficient way to do it for both projects. Obviously, in hindsight, we should have just gone ahead and done the the solar panel, because the algae harvester is taking much longer than anyone ever thought. So, I mean, that's the unfortunate part of it, because one of the reasons was AECom decided to get out of the algae harvesting business, and that left us sort of hanging, because we were getting very close, and then that happened, and that happened, I think, in December. Am I right? Was it December, Eileen? Do you remember? When they got out? I can't remember exactly. But anyway, so that was another issue. But we've had several meetings on this with PSEG and their engineers trying to figure out how to do this. Everyone is correct. In hindsight, Monday morning quarterback, we should have just gone with the solar panel first and then worried about the algae harvester second. I was trying to do it in an efficient way. Okay, I'm guilty of trying to only tear up the park once, but anyway.
I'm not blaming you, Mayor. I just think we got faulty advice from Johnson Controls from the beginning.
All right.
I'm sorry for interjecting, but if you talk to Johnson Controls, I think they was as frustrated as anybody, because they felt like the project was this close to the finish line and then it all had to be redone. I think they were very frustrated too from the beginning.
Okay.
All
We
right.
should have put
Anyway.
a shovel in the ground and spent the money before we
Sure.
had a plan for connecting it, which we didn't have, and I guess we're
Well,
developing.
Understood.
but just one more time though, Rob, they changed the pole. They actually were going to go first to a pole that was right on Job's Lane. It was going to be very simple. Then, when they came in later and they did some analysis, they said, no, that pole, as Scott was trying to
That's what I'm
say,
saying.
is not going to
So
work.
it's-
We've got to redo it
So
to another location.
preliminary, you can get from them a final confirmed, here's the connection plan, here's a permit,
Right.
here's a work order.
Right.
That's what should have happened before.
Right, okay, I got it.
I have some other things on infrastructure, but I also see Paul Travis here and some other representatives of the Clean Water Task Force. So that maybe we just jump to a quick update on that. And I don't know.
No,
if
you
want
go
to, but
you go
yeah.
ahead, please. Rob.
The headlines are, we're working very hard on the environmental review aspect. That's the current focus of the task force and our consultants. And I don't know, I'd maybe invite Paul, if you want to come up, you don't have to, but could, as the co-chair of the task force, do you want to just give us a little bit of sort of an update on where we are?
Sure. Well, so as I think we talked about it a few meetings ago, and as you're going to be talking about later tonight, we are working on the environmental review. There was a preliminary decision made, which will be the subject of the resolution, to do a full environmental impact statement. So the public has maximum ability to understand the impacts and the benefits of the proposal. That has turned out to be a lot of work, I would say, for everyone involved. The next step after, if you decide tonight to issue the positive declaration and become the lead agency, is to publish a draft scope, and we want to make sure the public has maximum ability to review the draft scope. So I think the thought now is to, rather than to hold the meeting on the 29th, to give the public more time. And so the draft scope would be available in mid-September. And then I think we would probably have a meeting in early October to give the public a chance to comment on the draft scope. The draft scope continues to be held open after that hearing, so the public really has max ability to add anything that they think should be considered in the scope of work.
Yeah.
So I think that's where we are.
Yeah.
Obviously, a very important inflection point for the project.
Yeah.
So the steps on a review like this is to create a draft scope for all the elements and aspects
Right.
and the information needs and the purposes and the topics of interest related to any change in the environment, any impact, temporary or long-term. That goes into a proposed scope of work, and then that scope gets presented and is subject to public comment. It will get amended either substantially or a little bit or tweaked here and there, and a final scope would then come about probably in early to mid-October possibly. And then from there, there's anywhere from 4 or 5 to 7 or 9 months of investigation, data collection, analysis, possibly some interim presentations if we get
Right.
to certain milestones on certain topics. All of that will be noticed to the public. We had, as Paul alluded to, we hope to be able to have a preliminary scope in place for August 29th. Special session we were going to do on a Saturday when people are still here for the summer and on a Saturday. But it felt like we were rushing things because it is a big scope. And we didn't want to cut any corners. We wanted to have all aspects. And as we remind or encourage the consultants to give us more, it's not as simple as just putting a bullet point on a list and saying, okay, add one more element. They have to look at precedent. They have to look at the standards for and what data they need to evaluate it, what the standards are. There's every element we're reminding them of or expanding on has 2 or 3 or 4 substantial pieces of work behind it to kind of qualify it. So that's the work that's taking place right now. And if we tried to get something done for the 29th, I think we would be doing ourselves and the village a disservice. So it's moving along. I see Ann, I don't know if you have anything to add, but thank you for coming. Okay. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
I did have one other thing just back on infrastructure or projects, which is that I understand, and Scott, you've provided some information to me on this, that the village has applied to the DEC for an amended permit with respect to work in the buffer, the green buffer at the end of Agawam. And I guess I thought it would be helpful to explain that to people and just get some understanding as to why it was needed and what the status is.
Yeah, the original plan, I believe, was presented to the DEC, and there was a permit issued, I think, in 2021. If I'm not mistaken, that was done by LKMA, who was paid by the Conservancy. Ultimately, the project, and again, I don't know why, but the project sort of got away from what the original permitted project was. And as you know, if you're going to deviate from wetlands projects, they have to be sanctioned. You need the sanction of the DEC. What happened was the project had moved away. I believe it expanded. There was some tree planting changes, things like that. We recently had actually discovered that. We had actually, you had actually brought that to our attention. So I worked with the engineer who did this gratis. He wasn't the original engineer. And we just applied for an amendment to the DEC permit, which would have been required when the work should have been done. The amendment should have been done prior to the work being done. This is an after-the-fact permit.
Okay. I appreciate that explanation, and I've done a little more research in looking at the various plans that were submitted both recently and previously. Just to put on the record and so the public knows, the incremental work, what's happened in a nutshell is that the original permit covered about 10,000 square feet of total disturbed area. That's what the DEC permitted back in, I think it was 2020 actually, which is about 1/4 of an acre. The total disturbed land ended up being about 55,000 square feet, so that's about 1 acre and a third. So a pretty, it's not just a change, it's a pretty substantial increase in the total disturbed land. That would have, in hindsight, required a SWIP or a stormwater protection plan, which wasn't required when you're less than 1 acre, but would have been required, should have been required here. And the total planting area on the original permit was about 4,300 square feet. There have been about 38,000 square feet of plantings put into that space. So part of the reason for saying this is we've had assurances from people on this board and from outside parties that there were, back last fall when this became an issue, that this was permitted work by the DEC. And the fact is, it wasn't. And the organizations, I'm grateful for the the generosity of other people paying for this. But the organizations that stepped forward last year in this forum or in the newspaper in various ways and said this has all been permitted by the DEC that was not true. It wasn't true. And I just am underscoring this to say that we should never go through a project like this on public land without public input, which it's never had, without public review, which it's never had, and without a certificate of appropriateness, given that it's a historic district. It should never happen again. Because this is a really serious, we're not talking about toes over the line. This is 6 to 9.5 times more work than was permitted under the DEC permit, depending on how you look at this. And I think it's a stain on the village. I'm not even sure there's that much environmental benefit, to be honest. And there's been no proof on that. One of the materials that got planted here was sod, which is never allowed by any jurisdiction in the wetlands. The village doesn't allow it, the town doesn't allow it, the DEC doesn't allow it. There's 12 to 15,000 square feet of sod there. There's underground irrigation, never allowed. Temporary irrigation, maybe, by special permit. Underground irrigation, never allowed, but that's part of this project. And last but not least, the average height that's typically encouraged or allowed by the DEC and other entities is typically 4.5 to 5 feet mature height. We have immature plants there now, a lot of them, that are already 6 to 8 feet tall. So I just want to make sure that when a project like this is considered in the future, we start here in this room with the public, and we make sure we understand what's on the table, and that we don't license a private entity with no controls and no oversight to overstep by that much the permit that they got from the DEC. The village is the permittee of record. We're the applicant of record. We are the ones who are liable with respect to the DEC for any fines, infractions, costs of redoing this. We're the ones who are liable. So this is it's been a failure. And you've been told untruths by the people that we entrusted to tell us the truth and represent the village. I don't know if anyone else has other thoughts to say. I think it's a big embarrassment that we went back. And I also, frankly, would say this is something that should have, the application was made on July 2nd. This should have been made public before then, that we were having to go back. The board should have known about it. We weren't alerted to it. I found out about it separately. So something's not right on how this project continues to be handled by the village. And I don't want to have to have this kind of conversation again in the future. Any thoughts?
What are the remedies?
Well, I think we need to determine, I guess at this point, see what the DEC says in terms of whether they are comfortable or whether things can be modified or whether they're mostly comfortable, and wait to hear back from them. We're still waiting to hear back a determination on this.
Is there any sense, Rob, that during the progress of the project, the village should have been more diligent in monitoring it? And if so, who should have done that?
Well, I think it starts with a really, really poor and incomplete and poorly designed, poorly defined agreement that we have with the entity that we partnered with. There's really no reporting or accountability requirements in that agreement. And yeah, I think there should have been someone from the village who was responsible for that. That's really up to this board, or maybe a recommendation from the village administrator as to who's best positioned to be a liaison there. It could have also been one of our consultants who works in this area to give us regular reports. I think for any similar project, if there is to be a similar project in the future, we should have a mechanism for regular progress reports and compliance reports to this board.
Yeah, I think that's all good suggestions that we should honor, but I also think it's there, it's there. So if the public is being adversely affected by the height it's growing or their views of Lake Agawam or anything that they, are entitled to, really, that, there are ways that we can now seek permits to cut that stuff back or preserve the view, and that's what we are honoring, should be honoring. So, the fact is it's there. Can we do anything to ameliorate that now and then in the future not proceed this way? But what there must be things we can do to
fix it.
Can I just suggest, in the future, if you're going to do a project with a private group, you need to have a contract in the beginning that requires that they have someone on site, which they did actually, and that person on site would be reporting to this board, because Rob is right, you're the permittee, and that project manager on site would be able to report to you with regularity the progress and everything like that. I think what was happening here was you had someone from 2021, and then more recently, actually, you were the one that brought it to our attention, and there was a big gap there. In the future, you need someone that gives you regular reports.
Yeah, but it's invasive. There were invasive plants there, so that was part of the motivation. It's not all terrible, but losing a view is terrible, you know, for people who enjoy the view of the lake, which is a shared thing. So if that's, you know, hurt people, then we should be able to cut those back the way that homeowners get permits. The village should be able to seek that, to cut those things back and make sure that is not impeding people's enjoyment.
To the question about the remedies,
Yeah.
you know, we can decide what the remedies are. I think it would just be putting the cart before the horse to do that before we have some indication back from the DEC as to what their comfort level is. The most important thing right now, it's sort of like stabilizing a patient, is to understand what we need to do and do what we need to do to, if anything, to legalize in the eyes of the DEC. Once we have a handle on that, we can talk about, you know, other remedies if we feel they're needed. Okay. Any other questions on that? The other thing I just wanted to let the public know about, we're dealing with a couple of personnel issues, and on some of these, you know, there's things we can't say. I just wanted to maybe let Scott, you've done a lot of work on this already. We are, I think, number one, looking for a new building inspector.
Yes.
And you took a great effort to get clearance to be able to post that job and canvas for that job. Can you just lay out sort of what you think the rough timing is in terms of weeks or months?
Well, we had actually sent out civil service controls who you can screen and who you can't interview based on the list that after a test, basically what they call competitive class. There's about 35 people on the list. We sent out a canvas letter. In other words, are you interested in coming to work for Southampton Village? At the very least, are you interested in an interview? Those canvas letters went out. We wait for a response. The response would dictate how much interviewing we're going to do. A lot of times, quite honestly, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of interest anymore to come onto the government side of work. It used to be the opposite. So we send out 35. From my experience, we'll probably get 5 or 6 that'll respond in the affirmative that they want to be interviewed. One problem is, I can tell you, and you know this as a board, you have a real challenge getting help here because of your traffic. If there's someone from Sayville, they're not driving out here to take, even though you pay well. That is a real challenge that you and all the East End towns have, you know, and you know that. So,
Well, I thought it was important. First of all, a number of members of the public are asking. It's been a number of months since there's been a disruption up there, and it's been reported in the paper that we have a separation agreement with the prior building inspector, and that's been in place for a while. The staff up there is working pretty hard to fill in and doing a lot of work, and it's a very, very important function for the village, practically, financially, and just from a community relations standpoint. So I think, among other things, I wanted to acknowledge the work that they're doing up there and the effort that's taking place for the people who are still there. But let people know. So it sounds like sometime in the next 30 days or so, we'll have responses back and have a pool to begin.
yeah, you should probably have interviews probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks of interested parties. It should be, as soon as we get the canvas letters back, we'll contact you and set those up.
Okay, thank you very much. That's anything else?
Okay. All right, Scott, do you want to try and summarize the correspondence to the board that we've received?
Yeah, we actually have 127 letters, so I'm
Look
not
at that.
summarizing, giving you summaries to all of them. I will say they cover a variety of topics. Most of these letters were specific and in reference to the amendments that were proposed for Chapter 86. They represented the views of some people from the village and then many people throughout the East End and frankly through Suffolk County. So that was most of them. They're all part of the formal record, and you could see them at any time in the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll go to the resolutions then. We'll start with Rob with number 1.
Okay, sorry, let me get to my resolution. Yes, resolve the claims for the warrant dated August 13th, 2026, totaling $582,384.76. Warrant number A13, general, and $220,006.96. Warrant number H6, capital, and $3,681.48. Warrant number A-14, payables, are audited and approved. I'll make the motion.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Resolve the reading of the minutes for the July 21st, 2026, and August 5th, 2026 BOT meetings are dispensed, accepted as filed by the village clerk, hereby ratified and approved. I'll make the motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby approves and adopts the annexed Southampton Vehicle Use Policy effective August 14th, 2026. So the policy is, again, saying that it's limiting those employees in the village that get to take a car home. It is also reminding those that do have that privilege are liable for taxes on that vehicle. And so this is updating a policy that has not been adhered to very closely. In fact, it was very loosey-goosey, I would say. That's a legal term. In fact, in the future, we're going to limit more the employees that get to take vehicles home, because it's really not essential to the duties of their office to have that car at home. I mean, certainly the fire marshal has to have a car that he takes home. The fire chiefs need a car that they can take home because they respond from their residence. But there are others that it is not appropriate, and we have made it very clear to them that they are liable for the taxes. And I believe one of the village employees actually returned the car because he didn't want to pay the taxes. But this is just putting into effect a policy that is long overdue and really will keep the vehicles that are taken home by employees a more strict protocol. So, are there any more questions? I'll make a motion to approve that protocol. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Whereas the Board of Trustees of the Village of Southampton is considering a local law repealing, we did this already.
did
Sorry.
this, yeah.
Sorry. All right, Rob, you're next.
Yes, sorry. Whereas the Board of Trustees of the Village of Southampton is considering the local law amending Chapter 82 of the Village Code, alcoholic beverages and smoking, to update same, and whereas public hearings were held by the Village Board on July 9th, 2026 and August 13th, 2026, at which time all persons either for or against said amendment were heard, now therefore be it resolved that local law number
I
to
don't
be
know what it
determined.
is, Eileen.
I don't know what it is, we have to
Okay,
ask
we need the
Karen.
clerk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Local law to be determined and
Yeah,
certified
the clerk
by
will do it.
the clerk of 2026 is hereby adopted. I'll make the motion.
I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Ed.
I think the next one we skip as well.
Yeah, the next one.
Oh,
was
sorry,
on
yes,
table.
you're right. But we're gonna have to look at that because, we're gonna look at that in the future. Okay, whereas,
Do you want to table this one too?
this one I'm gonna table as well, because, this is going with 86.
Right.
But, all right, so that's fine. So we'll go back to Ed. Sorry, Ed.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Whereas the chair of the Village of Southampton 4th of July Committee has requested that Thea Fry be retained as a consultant to assist with the 4th of July Parade, Memorial Day, and Veterans Day, and whereas the village engaged Thea for $1,500 per month to help with organizing, fundraising, and grant writing for the 4th of July Parade, and whereas this year Mark Epley, Southampton 4th of July Parade Chair and member of the Combined Veterans Organization, has requested Thea Fry to be compensated $1,000 per month by the village and $1,000 per month by the Southampton 4th of July Parade, Inc. Now therefore be it resolved, the Village Board of Trustees hereby authorizes the mayor to execute an agreement, subject to approval by the village attorney, by retaining Thea Fry as an event coordinator and advisor to the Village of Southampton 4th of July Committee and the Combined Veterans Organization, effective August 14, 2026 through August 13, 2027, to be paid from Trustees Special Project. I make the motion.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next one. Whereas the town and village of Southampton has acquired the property located at 135 Windmill Lane, Southampton, commonly known as the former Southampton Press Building, utilizing Community Preservation Fund monies provided by the town of Southampton, and whereas the purpose of acquisition is to convert the property to parkland for public benefit, and whereas the town is requiring that the village demolish the existing structures on the property for conversion to a public park, and whereas the village desires to solicit proposals from qualified contractors for the safe and lawful demolition and removal of the structure, including all associated site work in accordance with applicable federal, state, and local regulations, including environmental and safety requirements. Now therefore be it resolved that the Village Board of Trustees hereby authorizes the Superintendent of Public Works to prepare and issue a request for a proposal for the demolition of the former Southampton Press Building located 135 Windmill Lane, and be it further resolved that such RFP shall include all necessary specifications, including but not limited to environmental safeguards, disposal requirements, site restoration, and compliance with prevailing wage laws as applicable. And be it further resolved that all proposals received shall be submitted to the Village Board of Trustees for review and consideration, and that the award of any contract shall be subject to approval by resolution of the board, and be it further resolved that the village attorney is hereby authorized to review the RFP and add any subsequent contract documents to ensure compliance with all applicable laws and the terms of the CPF funding. I will make the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Whereas, number 10, whereas the Board of Trustees of the Incorporated Village of Southampton, the Board of Trustees is considering a proposed action involving adoption of the sewer system of the Village of Southampton map and plan to facilitate the sewering of downtown Southampton Village, the proposed action. And whereas the proposed action includes construction of a proposed pump station at Job's Lane parking lot, 88 Job's Lane, Southampton, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map 904-15-2-22.2, construction of a proposed wastewater treatment plant at 151 Windmill Lane, Suffolk County Tax Map 904-6-1-3.1, alienation of parkland at 185 Windmill Lane, Southampton, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map 904-6-1-1, and designation of new replacement parkland at 135 Windmill Lane, Suffolk County Tax Map 904-6-1-4.7, construction of proposed effluent recharge leaching facilities at 185 Windmill Lane, Southampton, Suffolk County Tax Map 904-6-1-1, installation of proposed force main and gravity sewer collection system within village rights of way, creation of proposed sewered area including approximately 254 parcels within the Village of Southampton downtown. And whereas the proposed action constitutes an action subject to review under the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act, SECRA, and its implementing regulations at 6 NYCRR Part 617. And whereas the Board of Trustees have reviewed a full environmental assessment form, FEAF, Part 1, prepared by DMB Engineers and Architects and signed by Mayor Menger as project sponsor on June 26, 2026. And whereas based upon the information contained in the FEAF Part 1 and other materials before it, the Board of Trustees has determined that the proposed action is properly classified as a Type 1 action pursuant to NYCRR Part 617. And whereas the Board of Trustees adopted Resolution 2026-189 on March 24, 2026, which recognized the proposed action as a Type 1 action, expressed the intent to serve as lead agency and authorize staff and consultants to prepare the appropriate SECRA documents and initiate a coordinated review. And whereas the proposed action may involve one or more discretionary approvals from other involved agencies, and on June 26, 2026, the village circulated a notice of intent and the FEAF Part 1 notifying other potentially involved or interested agencies, the Board of Trustees intend to serve as lead agency. And whereas more than 30 days have elapsed since a coordinated review was circulated and no involved or interested agencies have objected to the Board of Trustees serving as lead agency, and the Board of Trustees therefore now assumes the role of lead agency. And whereas although the proposed action is intended to improve water quality and provide beneficial environmental impacts in the village, the FEAF Part 2, prepared by HQM Architects and Engineers dated August 7, 2026, has identified areas of concern whereby that the proposed action may result in one or more moderate to large environmental impacts, and the Board of Trustees has determined that the most comprehensive way to consider all the potential beneficial and adverse impacts of the proposed action will be to require the preparation of a draft environmental impact statement, DEIS, and whereas pursuant to 6 NYCRR Chapter 617.7 and 617.12, the issuance of a positive declaration requires preparation, filing, distribution, and publication of such declaration in accordance with the procedures prescribed by law. And whereas the Board of Trustees has retained H2M architects and engineers to assist the village in the preparation of the environmental review documentation associated with the proposed action. And whereas the scoping process required under SEQR is intended to achieve the following objectives. To focus the draft environmental impact statement on the potentially significant adverse environmental impacts of the proposed action. To eliminate non-significant and non-relevant issues from detailed study. To identify the extent and quality of information needed for the environmental analysis. To identify the range of reasonable alternatives to be discussed in the DEIS. To provide an initial identification of mitigation measures that may reduce or avoid adverse impacts. And to provide the public with an opportunity to participate in the identification of impacts and issues to be analyzed. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Village Board of Trustees declares itself lead agency, and be it further resolved that that based upon its review of the full environmental assessment form and supporting materials, the Board of Trustees hereby determines that the proposed action may result in one or more significant adverse environmental impacts, and therefore issues a positive declaration requiring the preparation of a draft environmental impact statement, DEIS. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees hereby authorizes the mayor to execute FEAF Part 3, memorializing the positive declaration on behalf of the village. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees authorizes H2M architects and engineers to prepare the draft scope for the draft environmental impact statement consistent with SEQR requirements. And be it further resolved that the draft scope shall be distributed to all involved and interested agencies, made available to the public, and otherwise processed in accordance with the requirements of 6 NYC-RR Chapter 617.8, and be it further resolved that upon completion of the scoping process, a notice of completion of the draft scope and final scope shall be filed in the Environmental Notice Bulletin, and the scope document shall be posted on a publicly accessible website in accordance with the procedures set forth in NYC-RR Chapter 617.12. And be it further resolved that the positive declaration shall be prepared, filed, distributed, and published in the manner prescribed by 6 NYC-RR Chapter 617.12. I will make the motion.
All right, I will second. All in favor?
Just a little comment. This follows on what was done earlier, so we're taking two steps here. We're declaring ourselves a lead agency, something we had proposed to do back in, I believe, late April or early May, or maybe in early May. And now we've gone through the process, no one's objected, and so we are finalizing that, and we are creating this positive declaration, meaning we affirm that there could be there's the potential for material adverse impacts and other substantial impacts, including potentially some benefits. But we're saying this rises to the highest level of required review. We could have gone some other ways potentially, but and other sewer districts have actually declared negative declarations. So we didn't think that was appropriate here for a number of reasons, and this is the formal beginning of that process.
Okay, there's a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Resolved, the Board of Trustees authorizes the mayor to execute agreements with Motorola Solutions Incorporated and Integrated Wireless Technologies, LLC, for the provision of quality communications equipment and services to the village of Southampton, including the fire department and emergency services, based upon a proposal from Motorola, subject to the terms and conditions of New York State Contract PT 68722, dated April 30th, 2026, for a 3-channel VHF analog conventional simulcast system, and proposals from Integrated Wireless Technologies, LLC, dated March 30th, 2026, at a total cost not to exceed $774,901.44, subject to the approval as to the form of the village attorney. The quote is for 3 locations: Wireless Way, the Village Cell Tower, and Shinnecock Hills. The village shall be responsible for 60% of the cost, and the fire district shall be responsible for 40% of the cost. I make the motion.
I will second it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that's very good. We'll move forward with getting that on the cell tower.
Whereas the Superintendent of Public Works has reviewed the following vehicles and equipment and recommends that they be declared surplus and disposed of through public auction. 2004 Chevrolet Silverado, VIN number IGBHK24UI4E191561. 2004 Ford pickup truck, VIN number IFTNX 21L24ED81171, 2014 Ford Taurus, VIN IFAHP2MK9EG149016, 2007 Kawasaki Mule, whereas the Village Board of Trustees has determined that the above listed vehicles and equipment are no longer required for municipal purposes, and that it is in the best interest of the village to dispose of them through public auction. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Village Board of Trustees of the Village of Southampton hereby declares the above listed vehicles and equipment to be surplus village property. And be it further resolved, the Superintendent of Public Works is hereby authorized and directed to arrange for the sale of the surplus vehicles and equipment through a public auction in accordance with village procedures. And be it further resolved that the proceeds from the sale of the surplus vehicles and equipment shall be received by the village and deposited into the appropriate village account as determined by the village treasurer. I make a motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Whereas the New York State Justice Court and Assistance Program, JCAP, has made funds available to provide grants up to $30,000 to assist local justice courts with facility renovations, security upgrades, equipment, automation, and staff training. And whereas the Village of Southampton Justice Court is interested in securing grant monies to assist with the digitization of criminal and civil case files in the court, and whereas the Village Justice Court intends to submit an application to JCAP program for a grant of $30,000 in the 2026-27 grant cycles to help fund the digitization project. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Trustees of the Village of Southampton hereby authorizes the Southampton Village Justice Court to apply for a JCAP grant in the 2026-27 grant cycle up to $30,000. I make a motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Whereas Greg Keglian has served as a full-time court officer for the Village Justice Court for over 17 years, and whereas Officer Keglian has also served as a part-time police officer for the village during this time, and whereas Officer Keglian notified the village of his desire to retire, and whereas Officer Keglian has agreed to stay on and work as a court officer through the end of 2026 and into early 2027, and whereas the village and Mr. Keglian determined to reduce the terms of his separation from the village in writing, now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Manger is authorized to execute on behalf of the village the separation agreement with Greg Keglian, subject to the approval as to form of the village attorney, and be it further resolved that the mayor and trustees hereby accept his retirement notice, thank Officer Keglian for his many years of service, and wish him well in his retirement. I make a motion.
I will second.
Yeah. Do you want to make some comment?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I think we all might want to make some comment.
Go ahead.
Yes, Officer Keglian, I've had the pleasure of seeing him around the village and seeing his work with the public and seeing him in village court. And each time it's incredibly heartwarming, and I think that the village is so lucky to have had his service. And we want to congratulate him on his retirement. And also, I'm so grateful, and I think the board and everyone in the village should be so grateful that he's going to be sticking around. And I'm going to be looking forward to seeing him. And I just see him make people's days brighter and help the public navigate the village court and everything else in life. And it's amazing. So
Thank you.
that's all I want to
Trustee
say.
Bernstein. Trustee Coburn?
Yeah, I will just say a number of people who know the village as well, or in many cases better than I do, have said to me for years he's the most popular person in the village. And I'm not sure that's wrong. I think it's probably right. But I'll also just say I had a family member who was in the middle of a very difficult day, coming back from having visited the hospital unexpectedly, sitting on Meeting House Lane, and they were rear-ended. This is actually before the traffic got really bad. It was about 10 years ago. And so pulled over to the side. There's a lot of damage to the car, and it had been a tough day. And when this family member came back and told me what happened, I was surprised they were in an okay mood. And I said, "You don't seem too upset by this." I said, "This officer with white hair was just amazing. He came over and he dealt with it, and he was really reassuring, and he just, it was, I know a number of officers on your force can do that, Chief, but he had the innate ability to do that all the time, even in a fraught situation. to keep it human and keep people reassured and keep anxiety down. So that's a quality we should all aspire to, not only all officers, but all people, and he exhibited, and I personally appreciated how he handled that.
Yeah, he was very popular. He was the policeman on the beat,
Yeah.
the neighborhood policeman that knew everybody and
Yeah.
knew how to treat people and take care of issues and problems. And maybe you don't know this, but he's also a wonderful cook. He loves to cook. We discussed it, and I think I have an invitation someday to participate in one of his evenings, but we will miss him.
Mega ditto to all that. He's just the best guy. I've known him for a very, very long time, and just can't say enough good things about him. But just to show the level of his personal attention to detail, you know, I have a store on Job's Lane, and one day I get a call at home about 9 o'clock at night. Hey, Roy, it's Keggs. Did you know your back door is open of your store? I said, are you kidding me? He said, no, I was just checking on it, and it's open. What do you want me to do? And I said, well, I'll come down and lock it up. He said, no, haven't you got a key someplace in the place? And I told him how to lock the door to my place, and he did it. It was actually absolutely amazing. But just the fact that he would go around and check the doors to make sure that your place was okay. I mean, the guy really, really cared about everything in this village, and I wish him all the best. And I hope his handicap goes down a couple of strokes, so, yeah.
Yeah, I would just say that he is an excellent example of service in the village of Southampton for many of the things that have been said here on the board. He does everything with a smile. I always think he's like the best advertisement the village has. I mean, he would greet everyone on the street. All the residents seem to know him, and you know he will be sorely missed, and it will be hard to find someone with his personality and his outgoing effect on so many people. And so I know we've got other great people in the police department, but Keggs is going to be definitely missed.
Yeah.
But we're glad he's staying here until 27. All right. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Whereas Dawn Lucioni has submitted her resignation on August 6, 2026 from the position of paramedic with Southampton Village Volunteer Ambulance, with her last day of employment to be August 20th, 2026, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Village of Southampton accepts her resignation as paramedic effective August 20th, 2026, and be it further resolved that the Village Board of Trustees offers a heartfelt thank you to Dawn Lucioni for her dedication and service to the community. I make the motion.
I'll second.
Just to say she's moving up island and we'll miss her deeply, but Chief Epley of the ambulance department says that we've got enough coverage, and so at the moment, we don't need to replace her. So good luck to you, Dawn. Thank you for your service.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Resolved, the Board of Trustees approves the following members of the Southampton Village Southampton.
Should say senior, sorry.
Yeah,
What
Southampton.
is the committee called again?
Senior Resource Committee,
Senior, sorry.
with the term expiring June 30th, 2027.
All right.
Senior Resource Committee.
We're adding that.
Yeah. Jessica Swatocha, Wendy Neisberg, and Tatiana Love. I make a motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Now, these, though, I think it's just for discussion. We don't.
Okay.
I
All
don't
right, we're
even
not
think
gonna
we
act
need to
on
read
them.
them
Okay.
or anything.
I think we saw another issue. Where we had it back.
We wanted to add them back
Yeah,
so
okay.
that they're on the agenda, but
Okay.
we wanted to have discussion
Sure,
in public
sure.
about them to
Yeah.
discuss how to
Sure.
proceed, yeah.
Well, would you like to start, Willem?
I'll let Ed start.
Okay.
For those following
you
on
start?
agenda, it's items 17 and 18 that are different versions of the similar
Simeone,
proposal.
Yeah, I mean, these are proposals to eliminate the lifetime health benefits. And in my proposal, I am setting an immediate date to terminate anybody who has not vested, and that includes all of us. So going forward, these benefits will no longer be available. Trustee Bernstein has a different twist on it.
So I'm in agreement with trustee Simeone that post-employment benefits for trustees and the mayor, post-employment should not go on for life, and that we should eliminate that. I do want to point out that it is described as for life health benefits, but there is a 30% contribution, after a trustee or the mayor is no longer in serving if they're not reelected, and that there's an 8-year requirement. They have to serve 8 years in their positions, elected positions, in order to qualify for that. So because
Let me just say one thing.
Oh,
Also,
yes.
so it was 8 years for those that were in office when this was adopted.
Yes.
For future, it was 10 years.
Right.
Right.
Just want to make sure that's clear. Okay.
Right.
So meaning if with the 2-year terms, you'd have to be elected 5 times.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So in terms of my background in government service, I believe that there should be a transition period, and if people on the board or the mayor, anybody who's elected is vested, has already served the number of years so that they would be 50% or more on their way to being vested, we shouldn't pull the rug out from them. It still requires that they serve the 8 or the 10 years that's required, and in most cases that means they would have to seek reelection, be reelected, and serve that number of terms, but this was a provision designed to reward the number of years of service and the public putting people in these positions, and the salaries are in fact very, very low. So there was a study that said we're not in line with providing lifetime health insurance, but I don't think we should pull the rug out, and I don't want to participate in that completely, although for ourselves, the newer trustees, we're not asking for that or expecting that, and we want to eliminate the policy, but I think we should phase it out, and that was my proposal to come up with. If you were more than 50% or more on your way towards vesting, you should still have an opportunity to seek reelection, and if you have those number of years under your belt, get that, even if we believe that this is no longer viable going forward. And this is a policy that was started in 2001, so we've had it around for 25 years in the village, and it was to promote public service, to compensate, I guess, to an extent for very low salaries. And I think we should legislate not around specific people, but how anybody would want to be treated who is a government employee and also an elected official who might be entering a job thinking that those were the benefits and the salary. So I think that's my approach.
All right, I have a statement. I have heard comparisons being made to police departments or other municipalities that grandfather employees when benefits were changed. But I think there is an important distinction. In those examples, the affected officers or employees already had the benefit as part of their existing employment package, and the change generally applied prospectively to new hires. Here we are dealing with eligibility for a lifetime benefit that is conditioned upon satisfying specific age and years of service requirements. Those who have satisfied the requirements and whose benefits have vested would be protected under my resolution. Those who have not satisfied the requirements have not yet qualified for the lifetime benefit. That's why I have difficulty with creating a separate category for someone who has completed 50% of the required service. Why 50%? Why not 25%? 75%? Or someone who is 1 year short of vesting? Once we depart from the actual vesting requirements and create a new threshold, we are effectively establishing a preferential class that did not exist under the original policy. 50% is not a threshold contained anywhere in the existing policy. The existing policy already gives us an objective threshold, vesting. If the benefit has vested, we protect it. If it has not vested, we end future accrual equally for everyone. I don't believe we should create a new eligibility category simply to preserve a lifetime benefit for some current elected officials. To me, the cleanest and most equitable line is vesting itself. If the benefit has vested, we honor it. If it has not vested, future service will no longer accrue towards a lifetime benefit after the new policy takes effect. We could, of course, grandfather every current elected official and apply the change only to future officials. But I have a fundamental problem with that approach as well. As a current elected official, I would potentially be voting to preserve a valuable lifetime benefit for myself while denying that same benefit to people elected after me. I would find that difficult to justify to the public and inconsistent with the principle behind the resolution. The principle is straightforward. Elected officials should be fairly compensated for their public service, but service in a part-time elected position should not create new lifetime financial obligations for village taxpayers after that service has ended. Those whose rights have already vested should be protected. Going forward, the policy should apply equally to everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy?
I have a few points that I think should be considered when evaluating the question of compensation of the village's elected officials and their benefits. My first point, and I think it goes without argument, is that the village deserves and needs the best people to be involved in making the decisions that affect the residents' quality of life, the state of our environment, and the very future of our special place. We need the best elected officials we can get, and in order to get the best elected officials, we need to have the largest pool of interested candidates. Not everybody wants to be an elected official. Takes too much time. Just don't have the interest, or they don't want to deal with the negativity that inevitably comes with this job. In most jobs in our society, compensation and benefits are two of the main tools used to attract and retain the best people. It's a valid point that civil service is different than most jobs and is motivated more by a sense of civic pride and responsibility than any profit motive. There are people, including my fellow trustee, Simeone, who believes that because of this, elected officials actually should not receive any benefits after they have served the village for a minimum of 5 terms. And I've had private conversations with Ed where he's even suggested the trustees should serve without pay at all and without medical benefits during their time in office. To this end, he donates his salary to charity and does not participate in the village's medical benefits program. Trustee Simeone's stance is admirable, and I applaud him for it. But I must point out that not everyone in this village is Trustee Simeone. To get the best elected officials, the broadest pool of residents must be encouraged to consider running for office. And I don't think it's crazy to believe that in order to get this, you have to offer some sort of compensation. I contend there are a substantial number of people, and myself included, that would not be willing to devote the considerable hours being a trustee requires without a modicum of compensation. Being a trustee is an honor, but make no mistake, to serve conscientiously, to serve the people of this village well, takes a lot of time and focus. Again, in my own case, it's a minimum of at least 10 and sometimes as much as 20 or more hours a week that I work on village business. And I'm sure for each member of the board, it's at least as much, if not more. It's meetings like this, our work session, but also meeting with the departments that I serve as liaison to, ocean rescue, fire, ambulance. It's answering residents' questions, taking the time to talk to them when I meet with them in my store or on the street, spending time researching the important issues to supplement my own knowledge and make better decisions. Please don't get me wrong, I am not complaining. This is a job. This is what I signed up for, and like all good jobs, it's work I enjoy doing, and feeling of satisfaction that ensues of trying in my small way to preserve in the place I love and I call home. The $25,000 annual salary a trustee receives in compensation for his work each year is certainly not going to make anybody rich. It's less than half of what the lowest paid village employee makes. But it's enough additional income that, placed together with the income I make in my store, which, like my trustee job, makes up for less financial rewards with emotional satisfaction, it enables me to keep hanging around here. When I was first elected trustee in 2020, I swore on a Bible that I would support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New York, and that I would faithfully serve the village of Southampton and discharge the duties of the office of trustee according to the best of my ability. And I've tried to uphold that oath to my very last degree. And in return, I received annual compensation, health benefits, and the expectation that was promised at that time that if I served 5 years, I would continue to receive those benefits for life. Now, in 2023, the board determined that 5 years was too short a period of service and that 10 years should be the requirement. In fairness, for those already in office, the requirement was 8 years instead of 10. I hold that to eliminate a benefit that was proffered for someone who, in my case, is one election away from earning that benefit is unfair. Every salary negotiation I have ever been a part of changes in terms and benefits that affect the group are nearly always made effective to those coming into the group. Those already in the group maintain the original terms. As Trustee Bernstein has pointed out, the lifetime health benefits are not a freebie. If you do serve the sufficient number of years to earn it, you still must pay 30% of the cost of the coverage to receive it. But most importantly, you've got to do a good job. That's the vote, and it's the voters of the village need to re-elect you. Not once, not twice, but 5 times. That is no easy task. In fact, the last village employee to earn this benefit was Mayor Irving in 2018, who served 5 years as trustee and 2 years as mayor, 7 years. So today, he would not have earned the service longevity benefit, and he's the last person to earn it. We've had nobody else earn it in the last 8 years. So it's not like everybody in the village is getting this benefit. To my mind, the voters have the ultimate power. They have the hammer. If they don't want an elected official to get a longevity benefit, don't re-elect them. Bottom line, we don't even need this resolution. I don't think it's wrong to value one's work and expect fair compensation. And I certainly don't think it's self-serving to ask that a benefit that was offered not be taken away by this board's resolution. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Rob. Rob, you want to say anything? I don't have anything to add. Okay. Yeah, I don't really have
If I
any.
can maybe clarify a couple of things. It's true, I do not take a salary, I give it to charity, and I do not take health benefits, and also consider that I am 74 years old, and I do have Medicare. And to say that someone that has Medicare, which is an excellent program, also needs health benefits, private health benefits on top of that, I think it's an overkill. And quite frankly, I don't think that's a benefit that the village expects us to be able to receive for a part-time job, even if we do serve 8 years or 10 years. Then for the next 20 years, we keep on getting paid. The health benefits today, the insurance, is about $45,000. Even if you pay 30%, bear in mind that the policy that the village has, not only will it pay for your health insurance, if you're on Medicare, it will also pay your Medicare premiums. So that's extremely generous, and I don't think it should be going forward. And in the lifetime of a person, it can cost the village hundreds of thousands of dollars. And by the way, another policy that exists, if the recipient were to be deceased, the spouse and the family will continue to receive those benefits. And we have one case where a spouse has been receiving the benefits for 20 years after the main person was
With all due
deceased.
respect, Trustee Samiri, that was the case, but is no longer the case.
It's no longer the case?
The spouses don't get it anymore.
No? All right. So that used to be, thank
That's
God.
correct.
Thank God that has changed. I think that the really important test here, the litmus test, is whether one is vested once the lifetime benefits have been rescinded. Once they're rescinded, if you haven't vested, I think that should be the end of it.
And I would just point out that both approaches to enacting this eradicate lifetime health insurance for elected officials once they depart office. But all it does is preserve the right of the people who came in with that. And I did come up with the 50% based on, it comports with my sense of fairness. 50%, if you're already 50% there, that seems like a reasonable time period. No one is automatically guaranteed this. It just allows you to seek reelection, and if you have that amount of longevity, and that was the point initially. So under both proposals, this policy is gone in the future. It just is, in my view, a fair way to institute it without taking it away from people who may have relied on it at the outset, and it's not burdening anyone. It's not burdening unfairly the taxpayer, because it's not automatic, and it's going to be ended under either proposal. I think it's fair, and it comports with how I would like to be treated if I relied on it.
That creates preferential treatment. I mean, how is it fair when I have served over 2 years now, and when I was elected, I also knew that in 10 years, I could get lifetime health benefits. So how is it fair that anybody who is already a elected official and has this expectation, I should not get it, but somebody else should get it? So either nobody gets it,
Because she's saying.
or everybody
But
gets it.
some admittedly arbitrary but reasonable standards saying if you're at 50% of the service level required,
I'll
you
read,
could be eligible.
I'll read
I
my
would just-
statement again.
All right.
That's
No,
why I have
no, we don't want to hear the whole
difficulty.
statement again.
Not the whole thing.
Okay.
With creating a separate category for someone who has completed 50% of required service, why not, why 50? Why not 25? Why not 75? That would already
Sure,
exclude
you
a lot
could
of people.
propose those.
Or someone who is 1 year short of vesting. Once we depart from the actual vesting requirement and create a new threshold, we are effectively establishing a preferential class that did not exist under the original policy.
Of 2 people. Ed, I hear what you're saying in principle. It affects 2 people potentially.
It could be more.
My suggestion as a 1-year trustee is if it's going to be a 50% requirement, I'd like to table this for 4 years. It's bad attempt at humor. I agree. It's not necessarily based on principle, but it's based on a sense of the principle of compassion or fairness.
For a policy that is recognized by the village that is a bad policy, that should have been rescinded, rescinded in 2023 after we got that report. It showed that that was not a policy
It was
that
not
really should have
recognized as a
survived.
bad policy. It was the recognition was to make it more difficult to achieve. That's what was recognized. It's your belief that it's a bad policy, and I believe that's debatable.
There are not many members of the board that get to 10 years, Ed. If you look at the past history.
We're talking about 8 years right now.
No, you're right, okay. There are not that many that get to 8 years.
Well, it's,
No, so
they
that's the
might.
point, though.
That's not the point.
That is the point.
No,
That
it's
is the point.
not.
The point is, you get vested if you've been
If
here
it's
for
so,
an
if it's so,
extraordinary amount of
if
time.
it's so difficult
Right.
to make it, you should have rescinded it in 2023, because it's not a policy that benefits the village. It really isn't.
What we did, though, was severely restrict in 2023 how this worked by saying that the vesting period actually went from 5 years to 10 years, a doubling of the vesting period, and with the contribution of 30% towards the premium.
Mhm.
So there was never a premium before. I mean, speak to Mark Epley, speak to anyone that got these benefits before. Why don't we cut them off? Why don't we say, you shouldn't be
No,
getting this?
they already vested.
Okay, so that's.
They
your-
vested, that's my whole
Okay,
point.
okay.
They vested.
Anyway,
If you have not
all-
vested,
all I would
and
say
we
is-
eliminate the benefit, it eliminates for everyone, including myself. Who
Right,
knows,
all
maybe
right.
I could make it to 10 years.
Yeah, you could. All I want to say, though, is the job of mayor is, whatever you think, not a part-time job. This is a full-time job with the number of people here and the amount of work that has to be done in 2026. This is no longer a part-time job. Maybe in 1950, a mayor could come to the village and do a little work here and there. That is absolutely not the case today, and I bet everyone in this room agrees with that statement. And further, it was made a comment earlier by one of our speakers that I have this huge salary. The salary of the mayor in Southampton Village is $35,000. I want to point out that the salary in West Hampton under Maria Moore went to $40,000. The salary in East Hampton Village under Jerry Larson went to $50,000. Just recently, the salary in Quogue, Little Quogue, went to $40,000. The fact that I'm basically a full-time mayor for $35,000, I think is absolutely fair, and I don't see why you would want to cut off a benefit that we've been working towards for a number of years now because you think, you want to come after us.
It does not justify lifetime health benefits. You want to increase your salary?
No, I don't want to increase my
We can
salary.
discuss
I'm
that.
not-
We can discuss that, but does not justify lifetime. Remember, lifetime health benefits
Can I
for the next 20 years, 30 years.
Ed,
Can I
I'm
s-
70 years old. Ed,
Have to be
I am
62.
70
Well, we're
years
all-
old. It's not
we're all
going to be
there.
30 years.
Okay.
I
Can
hope
I
it'll
s-
be, I hope it'll be 30 years.
Can I
In fact, the
suggest-
actuarial table says it's going to be about 11 years. So Ed, it's not going to be 30 years.
Can I suggest that we've put we're not voting on these tonight, as I understand it? We've put our thoughts on the table.
I
We've got a lot of
I would
people
move
may
that
want
we
to
do
speak.
move.
And that maybe we wrap up the discussion of these items so that we can get to residents who are here to speak, unless there's something that hasn't been put on the table yet. Is that fair? Close down the discussion.
Yeah, we can go forward.
Yeah, I just one last thing. I just want to reiterate that this is not a carve-out for specific people at all. And I believe that in legislating, you don't
Right.
take into account who is
Correct.
in that role or
Correct.
what their circumstances are, or whether they have pre-existing conditions or any other factor. You legislate for anybody who might be in that role, and we're just talking about phasing out something in what I think is a more humane, sensible way to do it under this approach, or that's negotiable if it's 50%, if it's other, that is negotiable, but just to, on, day one, that allows a new political group to come in and legislate and wipe something, out that's been there that people have relied on, and I think that makes it too political, and the taxpayers are not, are not hurt by this because we're eradicating the policy that is not in line in general going forward.
Well,
So
it is
it's
a carve-out. It is a carve-out.
not-
Yes, it is, because
Okay.
you're creating a preferential
Ed,
treatment.
Let's move on, Ed. But why don't we,
See, the one-
Roy, you've got
everyone will know
resolution
one.
number 19.
Do we need to take a resolution to table those two officially, or no?
Just
mark 'em
no.
off, I guess.
Just mark 'em off.
Just
Thank
mark
you.
'em off.
All right, Roy, resolution 19, please.
Resolve, the Board of Trustees approves the Southampton Village Police Department to host Family Day at Dune Beach on Sunday, September 13th, 2026, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. The alternate beach location is Fowler's Beach as needed. Additionally, should inclement weather arise, Family Day will be hosted at Hampton Road Firehouse. I make the motion.
I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Resolved, the Board of Trustees approves the written request submitted by Alex King, Chief of the Southampton Village Ocean Rescue, authorizing Southampton Village Ocean Rescue to provide volunteer lifeguard services for the Surfers Healing Event at Ponquag Beach on Tuesday, September 15th, 2026, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. I make the motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, now we'll go to public comment again. Anyone in the room? Sir, please come forward.
Oh my God, I've learned so much. Hi, how are you guys? I'm Jeff Molesky with from Lee Avenue. Couple things that we just wanted to comment on. I know you guys just received it today,
Yeah.
so haven't had a chance to really process it. Just going back to the discussions that we had back in June, if you can believe this conversation, in terms of a design started on June 18th in our first work session. And I feel like some of this is just probably getting lost with the time and the players. Thank you for advancing this. It really feels like directionally you guys are moving forward with this. The biggest concern is it feels like VHB is missing some of the creative think that has gone into this design, and I think Trustee Bernstein, you alluded to this in your comment. A one size won't fit all in terms of how you all are thinking about the multi-layer turn restrictions. We talked about this back in June because you've got to balance the turn restrictions with obviously what Chief Hurto has in terms of enforcement. So this channelized turn restriction permanently on 3 streets coming up north on Hill is not sustainable. It will be a failure. I can tell you, it will. I would never, ever, ever advocate for you guys to approve 3 permanent channels on all 3 of those streets for an extended period of time. People are going to need to be able to get out of the neighborhood and to be able to turn left, so we've got to think about this in a multi-dimensional design. So I think what we were talking about to balance the 2 tensions, one is how do you prevent the traffic from all feeding these streets? So you want to provide restrictions, but how do we also be realistic with Chief Hurto in terms of enforcement? And so you cannot, the channels provide that efficiency. So the design at one point was maybe you put a channel on Lee, but then when you're looking at Captains and then Halsey, maybe then you start looking at like a no left turn 4 to 8 restriction, that type of flexibility. If you're not flexible, it's just not going to get us anywhere. We will be back here, as somebody said, we will be back here again. You guys are all so smart. I just want you to come from the place of like, what's realistic in terms of, is it really going to have a sustainable fix? And I think if you put 3 fixed channels, 1, 2, 3, people are going to just be so unhappy. We're going to be fixing one problem and creating absolute havoc in this beautiful village. And so I just want to make sure you guys, I know you've got a lot on your plates. It just feels like VHB is not coming to the table, personally, from where I sit, with creative think. They're not pushing the envelope in terms of innovation. I don't know how happy you guys are with them. It surprises me that you're just getting this proposal tonight after discussions that have started in June and continued on, and we had a traffic meeting, and I am shocked that this is kind of what you're being asked to.
Well, to be fair, though, I just want to interrupt. Sorry. But this was really done after the last meeting. So this wasn't, taking into account something back in June. This was really a response from what they heard in the room at that last meeting, and the direction that the board was thinking of going in.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, like, they were in the meetings that we had prior to last week's meeting, and we all said there's no way a one solution is going to fit all,
Right.
because of the balance, because of the tension in terms of what we're trying to accommodate. So it surprised me that that's kind of what you guys were being asked to react to tonight. I just don't think it's sustainable. You have to, if it's a channel, because that really helps the chief on Lee, you've got to provide some flexibility in terms of people being able to get up north and take a left and head west on the other 2, whether that's Captains and then even Halsey now. So I would just urge you to think about this flexibility, and if they're not bringing you guys creative think, you guys ask us. I don't know if you can bring, no, seriously, if you can't bring in neighbors to help come to the table and think about this. It feels like, Trustee Coburn, you keep saying that, let's bring the voice of the residents in earlier in the system. I'm just saying, it's surprising. So that's one push. The other is, I think Chief Hurto's been saying this too, and I couldn't agree more, we couldn't agree more, and that is the time for the pilot. 3 weeks is just going to be noisy. It is. You're going to be reacting to noise. I didn't agree when Ryan said that last week, where he said, all we need is 1 week. That's very naive. That's very naive. And again, it's another flag in terms of, man, be careful in terms of this partner of yours, in terms of making these very big infrastructure type decisions. I agree with the chief. 6 to 8 weeks at a minimum. Let this roll and learn from it. And what that does is it gives you a chance to refine. If something's not working, you tweak. And you keep getting better and better. So all this money you're spending and all this time, it's not just, we tried that for 3 weeks, it didn't work, next. We're getting smarter as we go. So I'm trying not to sound too directive, and you all know this, but you guys have a lot on your plate. So we're just trying to be helpful. Anything else? Yeah? Miss anything? So.
I guarantee you, if you did a poll of all the people on Lee on Captains and Halsey and said, we're going to make it so you can't turn left ever, you got it out of First Neck, we would be totally excoriated.
Dead at day one, right? Chief, Stevenson, I agree. And if you stop it at 3 weeks, we're not going to have the learnings. We sent a letter to you all, and you guys, what we're asking is clear objectives, like, can we please have objectives in terms of what we're going to do, clear communication in advance and during, and just a time period where we can really learn from it. Can we really learn and make sizable, significant, sustainable change? And then the last thing was transparency. It just feels like we're kind of dealing with sometimes these boxes of information, and you know, I feel like if you guys can bring people in this, we can solve this. I know it's a hard one, and you guys have been hard at it for years. We have too, but it is solvable if we believe that, and we innovate, and we get really behind each other, and we collaborate. You know, so there's always trade-offs. I get it, but we've got to create a balance here and do it right. So that's what I would advocate for.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. David.
Couple of comments on what I heard tonight. Let's talk about the dog issue first. That's easier. The unleashed dog problem.
Oh.
And I have offered many times that I think the village would benefit from using volunteers to assist them in some of the things the village is trying to do. And this example, if we could take pictures of these unleashed dogs and some of their not good behaviors, and have a method to send them to the ordinance officer. Again, I'm not suggesting we try to confront the situations, but just to provide videos or pictures and an avenue to present them to the ordinance officer. I think that would assist ordinance officers to be more efficient in enforcement.
You can do that, excuse me for interrupting, you can do that through the See Click Fix app. You can do that, actually, exactly
Well,
that.
I think that
Post
then an
pictures
education program and an encouragement. I mean, actually, Ed and his senior group, I happen to be a senior, being 82 years old, and I ride a bike. And I ride the bike, I look at the cars parked at our village beaches without permits. And it's like on Sundays, midday, you know, any day. And it seems to me like it'd be a fun activity for a group of seniors. We'll ride up and down and take pictures of the cars, and again, send them to the ordinance officer. But I can give you, and by the way, I regularly go to Crider Beach, and I'm there early, and I'm reading my New York Times or my book, and dogs come right up, and you know, one of them knocked the paper out of my hand, and I said, you know, the dog should be on a leash, and the response I got from the owner was, some people should be on a leash, which was, I thought, kind of belligerent, but anyhow. And by the way, I also would tell you, at Crider Beach, the owner of the property at Crider and the beach to the directly west, he allows his dog just out on the beach. So I know dog owners allow their dogs to go into the backyard, and he uses the beach as his backyard. Out supervision, dog defecates, dog bothers people. But if we were to take videos of that, that might just alert the ordinance officer to go to that beach at 8 o'clock in the morning and see this, and you know, a few well-placed tickets might be helpful. I mean, we had a friend when I was down at, or acquaintance, when I was down at Halsey Neck Beach, and she was a pregnant woman walking on the beach. She got knocked over by a dog. And the owner never apologized, never did anything. You know, again, just, so inappropriate behavior, and again, I'm not suggesting that we're talking about civilians, you know, enforcing an action. I'm just offering, why not use us, you know? And by the way, I think there are a lot of other areas to use us too, because there's a lot of skills in this community of people who would be happy to help.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get back to the, how surprising, the compensation issue. I believe these benefits should have been eliminated in 2023. And the resolution to continue them was obviously brought to the group in a violation of the open meetings law. So there's a thing, and I know it doesn't properly apply, Counselor, called fruit of a poisonous tree. But you could question that resolution when it was obviously out of a violation of the open meetings law. And what we're really, and
Why do
since
you say that?
it should have,
I don't understand.
why do I say that?
Yeah.
Because you came to this meeting with a fully fleshed out plan. How could you possibly have gotten there without having discussions where the public had no hearing of any of your comments or how you chose to ignore the survey?
I can talk to Trustee Bernstein
You had
if
the
I
survey.
want, and it's
you
not a
noted
violation of
it-
the open meetings law.
This is in 2023.
I know, but I'm saying, again, we would have to have all been at least 3, 4,
Not all,
5
more
people.
than 2.
Right, and I can assure you that did not happen. Absolutely
All
can
right,
assure
so
you that.
you were able to bring a plan that had, descriptions of salary and current health care and opt-out payments, and you didn't talk to anybody?
I didn't say that. I said I would speak to one person at a time.
One person at a time?
Absolutely, and that's perfectly correct.
Uh-huh.
That's perfectly correct.
Okay, so if we get subpoenas of every one of those members, they're going to say the same thing?
Absolutely, absolutely,
Uh-huh.
unequivocally. Yep.
Okay.
You're
Well-
making assertions that you have no right to make, Mr. Rung.
Well,
Absolutely.
anyhow, well then, how about
Right-
the
right now,
article?
they're
Village is an outlier. Survey shows free benefits are like a unique offering. This should have been eliminated in 2023, and to now reward members of the treachery of that is just inappropriate. Okay? And by the way, also note in the survey, of the few communities that actually provide health care benefits, for post-service, a number of them, like well over 25%, require 100% contribution. Okay, so which then in effect nullifies the benefit. But the idea that you take these benefits when you're on Medicare, I mean, it's like, why are we fleecing the taxpayers more? Okay.
We're at 5.5 minutes.
Pardon me?
We're at 5.5 minutes.
Thank you, Scott.
Sir.
Good evening.
You've been sitting here patiently all night.
My name's Daniel Pigney. I'm the new facilities director for Stony Brook Southampton Hospital.
Oh, yeah.
So I just came here tonight looking for a waiver for our building permit fees due to our nonprofit status. I know this has been done in the past.
Right.
However, we were just looking for maybe to do it yearly or some kind of effect that way so that every time we're filing a permit, we're not reaching out, looking to waive the fees every permit we file.
Right, I understand. I mean, I think we have to look at this because we have a lot of nonprofits in the village, and if we gave this to every nonprofit, it could become, an issue. I mean, we have a lot of churches, we have a lot of, again, nonprofit. The Playhouse is a nonprofit, for example. So if they were to come in for a building permit, we would just waive that. So I think the board should probably look at this a little bit and just understand exactly what the consequence would be and how that would be applied.
Right, yeah, just also on the scale of things, we, obviously are going to file a lot more permits than everybody else. We're always trying to keep up with work, obviously for, change with Joint Commission and all those sorts of things kind of brings us into building permits constantly. So, if you could just take that into consideration.
No, sure, I understand. Because I think I would just like a little time to think about it and understand from the building department exactly what that would mean, going forward.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but thank you.
I'd weigh in just quickly.
Yeah, sure.
We'd had a brief conversation
Yeah.
on this, and you had mooted the idea to take Trustee Bernstein's wisdom and say maybe we could have a standing 50% discount, something like that, which is something we could consider. The other thing I would just say, and I'm going to help make your case for you, I think particularly when it comes to electrical work, which while we don't inspect that, it's under our building and permit and it becomes part of our calculation.
Right.
Some of the electrical work, given the equipment at the hospital, is extremely expensive. More expensive than equivalent electrical work in other residential or commercial settings. So it would be a further reason, starting in this case, to consider some relief because they're investing in equipment and upgrades really for the benefit of the community and the safety of the community. But I hear your point, Mayor Manger, which is that it is a slippery slope for us. I think we should try to come up with a one-size-fits-all, not only for you on an annual basis, but for similar organizations.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, we're doing the OR project currently, which is basically just HVAC for ORs 1 through 4. That project's $2 million without change orders, which will be coming our way.
Right. Well, again, I'd like to just look at this a little bit longer because obviously, it involves work on behalf of employees of the village. And so I just want to make sure that, again, we're not opening up something that then is going to be, oh my goodness, what have we done? Every not-for-profit is asking for waivers of everything. You understand?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. All right, so Where are we now?
Any further public comment?
Oh, yes, we're just go to public comment now. That sounds like a good idea. All right, so unless there's someone in the, oh, sorry, you want to, sir, I apologize. I apologize, I didn't get to call on you.
I waited till the end.
It wasn't.
I should have spoken at the beginning. I've lost energy. So, Jason Berg, 217 Windmill Lane. You guys have done it, so look, we'll see you at the CEQA review. And look, there's a lot of negative impacts and a lot of people that are going to be hurt by this. And I think you're not going to get what you expect out of it. I think that there's cheaper, faster, easier things that can be done to mitigate the lake. I think that we've kind of gotten so laser focused on do this that we failed to really figure out, what is really going to achieve our objectives, which is clean up the environment, make sure all of us can enjoy this village. I guess, again, I know you guys are going to do what you're going to do, and we're going to spend a bunch of money and and time trying to figure this out, I guess. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other people wish to speak that are here this evening? Michelle? No? Okay. Sage, I almost should have you say something. Yeah. No.
Sage, there's no one else on Zoom.
Yeah, is there
for
anyone else on
public
Zoom
comment,
still
is there?
wanting to say something with a hand up?
I don't have any hands up right now.
Okay, I mean, obviously, people are just on Zoom watching.
Yeah, there's 4 people. No
Okay,
hands.
4, okay. All right, well, why don't we go to comments from board members, and we will start with trustee Bernstein.
Oh, I forgot about the comments.
Say whatever you want.
Well, this has been an interesting discussion. Thanks, everybody who remained at this marathon meeting. I had the pleasure of going to the History Museum, the Southampton History Museum the other day, and getting a tour of the first of many rotating Civil War era explanations of things and artifacts that they found in deep storage, and explaining the history of Southampton Village. And I found it incredibly illuminating, and you should visit all of the workshops that are on the site that predated landmarking and were efforts to recreate the past of the village. And you can go over there. They actually salvaged the original window from, I think it's the 1600s, and now they have it in a case that contains it and the right atmosphere and protects it from the air. And so you can see the original windows that came out of what is now a jewelry, what is it called? The Pelletreau Jewelry Shop.
Yeah.
And it was an example of one of the first retail efforts connected to a home of an original family. And those windows are on view, and it's incredible to see that workmanship. And the museum is doing an incredible job communicating to us and allowing school visits and so on. So I recommend that everybody go over there and check that out. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. And then we will go to trustee Coburn.
Sure. Just to piggyback briefly on what trustee Bernstein has just said, the History Museum, the Southampton Arts Center in particular, but other organizations in this village, the movie theater now, have amazing social media accounts and presence. And some people don't like social media. Some people have enough to do on their social media already, but they're really good ambassadors for those. And what they send out, notices for various exhibitions and things to see, one-night events, are really helpful. I would encourage people who are social media users to friend them. But I'd also, maybe on behalf of Trustee Stevens and me, remind people that most of that information on those events can also be found in one place, which is SouthamptonVillageGuide.com, which is the Southampton Village Partnership's website that aggregates, has a listing for every business in the village. It personalizes it, it's searchable, easily, intuitively searchable, and creates a calendar of events for everything going on in the village, both things that are scraped out off the internet and events that other people choose to put in. So I would encourage anyone watching to, if you haven't tried SouthamptonVillageGuide.com, to do so, and that would be helpful. I'm going to say one last comment, which is not a happy one, and I don't want to belabor it, but just back on this Gin Lane project issue. You know, on November 11th last year, it was actually at our Veterans Day Parade that I learned that following the removal of the invasives, which is a great thing, and the village should be grateful for that as a benefit to the lake and to the village, But it was only on November 11th, about 2 weeks after that work had finished, that I first learned there were going to be any plantings there. And, I'd been a trustee for a few months, but I also stay in touch with things, and I watch meetings, and I look at agendas and all that. And so I was surprised that I was just learning for the first time there was going to be a substantial planting plan there. Within 24 hours of learning that, I did the research, learned that there had been no plans presented to the public, went back and looked for articles on describing what that project was, couldn't find them, expressed my concern to you, Mayor Manger, and wrote a letter to the press just sort of saying what's going on here, because there were a couple of issues. One was whether it should have gone to our Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. And the second was, had it really been fully reviewed by the DEC? But point being that I did all of that within 24 hours of first learning that this was happening, and most of the village still didn't know. Nonetheless, I was accused publicly by several people of waiting till the last minute and ambushing the project. A board member of the Conservancy wrote a letter saying that I was simply playing politics with this issue. None of that was true. Curiously and unfortunately, because I like the Conservancy as an organization, I've been a supporter, and same with the Southampton Association, but the board of the Southampton Association chose to write a letter in support saying this is all approved by the DEC, which is what the board member letter to the Conservancy's board member had also said. This is all approved by the DEC. It just wasn't true. And I'm not angry, and I'm not asking for apology. I'm just asking that we do better on future projects. And I'm also asking the members of this board to be more sensitive to and prepared to stand up for principle and for the rights and interests of village residents on something like this, rather than just saying, oh, it was passed. And, I think, Trustee Stevens, you asked what some of the remedies could be for avoiding this in the future. The first is start with a process that is transparent, respectful of the public, where they get to see it so people aren't ambushed. It wasn't the Conservancy or this board that was being ambushed, it was the public that was being ambushed by this project. And we need to be, we just need to be better on this. The real reason for mentioning it here is we talked about what the incentives or disincentives are for people serving in this role or other volunteer positions in the village. It wasn't fun or happy for me to raise these concerns when I first became aware of them, but what was really not fun was being told that I was the problem. And again, I'm not angry about that, but that will dissuade other people from serving in this position or serving on other boards. And it all for what? To defend the incorrect statements or the desires of a private party. You can say it was for the public interest and public good, and it may well have been, but we shouldn't be allowing and sitting idly by when elements of public trust are being misused, and when those of us serving in this position or similar positions trying to understand and defend the interests of residents are being attacked. We can't stand idly by. So that's my comment.
Okay, Trustee Stevenson.
I think it's Trustee Simeone.
Oh, sorry, Simeone, sorry, I did that again.
We like to do that.
I know. But you're two S's, so yeah, it's, SI comes before ST, I get it.
Well, first of all, I'd like to applaud Trustee Coburn for his consistency and for actually looking into this and for his steadfastness in pursuing it. I think it's very important, and it's something that we should take as an example to make sure that we always do the right thing. I'm also very pleased that tonight we were able to put behind us the permitting for year-round and for Road D. I think there's going to be many, not only local, but people that come and visit that are going to be very pleased that they can continue to enjoy our beaches. That's it for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Now, Trustee Stevenson.
Thank you, Mayor. Anybody who knows me, and there's only a few people in this room, but if anybody who knows me knows that I'm not one who seeks self-aggrandizement. I don't seek a lot of fortune. I don't ever have my hand out saying, gimme, 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 gimme. I tell you what, I am a strong believer in and what I really guide my star by is fairness. And I just look all around me whenever I see anything happening, and if it's not fair, it bothers me a lot. And that's why I spoke out the way I did about the Trustee Simeone's proposal, because I don't think it's fair. He talks about being vested. Well, we've got a problem in this country where somebody says Social Security system's going to run out of money in a little while. Well, if you were 58 years old when Social Security runs out of money and the government says, sorry, man, you don't get any, even though we promised it to you, you put all that money into it, but you're not going to get it because you're not vested, I think Ed would be a little bit upset with that. But here we are in a situation where elected officials have been promised something, that if they fulfilled certain requirements, they would get that. And Ed decided, no, we're not going to do that anymore. And I take to heart Trustee Bernstein's observation that we are in a political system, and all of a sudden new people come in who are elected, and they may have some animosity, they may have some personal feelings about the other members of the board, and they put forth a resolution without any discussion, without any call, without saying, hey, I'm thinking about doing this, what do you think? All of a sudden you see it a couple of days before the meeting, you go, whoa, this is tough. I actually took it upon myself to call each member of this board, including Trustee Simeone, to ask them their opinions and to talk about it. I believe in fairness. And I appreciate Trustee Bernstein's compromise resolution, because I think she's trying to be fair. I would say I don't agree with it 100% though, because I don't really know. I agree with Trustee Simeone. I don't understand the 50% rule. If it was promised to you when you started, it should be available to you. I think you're being cruel to yourself and unfair to Trustee Coburn and unfair to yourself and unfair to Trustee Simeone. If it was there when you started, it should be there. You still got to get elected 4 more times. It's not easy, but I think you got to be fair. It's late, got to go home, but I do have to encourage everybody to go to the fire department's chicken and ribs dinner tomorrow. Saturday night, August 15th. It's not at the Windmill Lane Fire Station. It's at the Hampton Road Fire Station. It's absolutely a fantastic event, great food. They've got different things you can bid on, and it supports our wonderful volunteer fire department, and I say it's a must attend, so I will see you there. Thank you and good night.
Yeah, and I would just add, there are going to be things for children this year specifically, and that's why it was moved to the Hampton Road Firehouse, because they have more room there. There's a little grass in the back. I've been told they may have a bouncy house. No young people like bouncy houses, and that none of this was possible really at the Windmill Lane Firehouse, which is a much smaller parking lot area. So that is the reason why the chiefs decided to move it to Hampton Road this year. But the food is always outstanding. It's a lot of fun, and I hope people will definitely come and support our firemen, who are volunteers after all. I do want to just mention, we do have some projects going on still in the village. One I wanted to highlight is on Flying Point Road. We're doing a major drainage infrastructure project there because it's extremely low-lying, and many of the residents kept complaining about the flooding occurring on Flying Point Road. So we are first putting in drainage. I think we're actually maybe putting in 7 different drainage rings, which is a huge amount. But then the road will be repaved. I've been told it has to settle for 2 weeks, and then it will be repaved. It'll be a beautiful new road, and again, that's between the intersection of Hampton Road and Wickapog. So that section of Flying Point Road in the village will be hopefully no more flooding and new paving. Someone actually asked me about the covered up signs on North Main Street. Those actually were placed there by the MTA, the Long Island Railroad. As maybe people have seen, they're doing work on the trestles, specifically North Main Street right now, where they're trying to remediate some lead paint and then repaint that trestle, and they're doing the work at night. So they uncover the signs at night and then cover them up during the day. I think it's great that they said they would only do it at night, because they realize that's a major artery, north and south. But then they are going to work on North Sea Road, also on the train trestle. That one is not as is in bad shape as the other one. But again, it'll take time, and they want to do that at night. Now, if they're not able to get to that in the fall, they've told me that they will resume later when it warms up in the spring. But I told them it has to be done before Memorial Day because it gets too busy. So they understand. They're working at night, and they're making progress on that. The other thing I want to mention is after Labor Day, PSEG will be back. They are doing that major routing of power from the substation, thank you, on West Prospect Street all the way to Deerfield in Watermill. They've done a lot of the work already. The final work that has to be done, unfortunately, is the connection along North Sea Road right at the railroad trestle going into the substation. Again, we've had discussions with them to only try and do it when it's the least problem to motorists. They've agreed to do that, but they're waiting until after Labor Day to commence work on that again. And then I'm happy to say that PSEG will pay for complete repaving of the sections of road that they have messed up. So that will be a small portion of North Sea Road. All of Willow Street will be repaved at PSEG's expense, and North Main Street from Willow to the village line at County Road 39 will also be repaved, and again, on a schedule when it is least disruptive. But I want to let everyone know that it will start up again after Labor Day, and they're doing this because of the need for additional power in the Deerfield area, and the only place they can get it from is from the substation in Southampton Village. So I want to make everyone aware of that, so there are no surprises. Everyone will know what that's about and that it's coming. Finally, just on another note, I wanted to add that we have Shakespeare in the Park. Shakespeare in Agawam Park will be here another summer. They will be performing Macbeth on August 21st at 7:30. And then, I hate to say it, I don't know the other Shakespeare play that they will be providing on the 22nd. Also at 7:30, but it's 2 nights of Shakespeare in the Park. I'm going to try and get to the Macbeth on the 21st, but I just want to let everyone know that that's a great not-for-profit that comes to the village every summer and provides the village with a little Shakespeare at the end of the summer. And with that, I will say good night. Thank you all very much. It's been a long meeting. It's now about 10:17, but thank you all for being here, and ma'am, thank you for being here the whole entire meeting. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. All right. That's it. Thank you, Sage.
Good night, Michelle.
I have follow-up questions, but you'll hear from me in a couple days.
Okay, yeah. Not tonight, I hope.
No, not tonight.
Dan, thank you. Okay. So it is about 10:19. I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting of the Village Board of Trustees of the Village of Southampton. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, and good night.
Thank you.